Excited to have the full group back together, or most of our group back together after a lot of work over the summer, and hopefully a bit of rest for everybody as well. Everybody except, I think, some key people from the OSU team, Shannon especially, who have been working diligently through the hot summer months. So looking forward to hearing the updates on all the work that they've been doing. So the agenda today, I'll cover that, and then Vicki, come to you. So the bulk of the morning really is dedicated to an update on the progress for the forest management plan, because that is really the meal of the meeting. We'll take a break for lunch, and then have updates on the appraisal, as well as East Hackey Ridge, and then a number of different elements of work products that are in progress. So update on the various sunset provisions that aren't covered in the previous sections of the agenda, the financial analysis, habitat conservation plan, startup costs, and update on upcoming engagement opportunities. So there's a number of public listening sessions that are planned to provide a bit more opportunity for members of the public, both to get additional updates as well as provide additional information and input into the process outside of the public comment. 15 minutes we recognize is a short period of time for the public. We got to make sure that there's ample opportunities for the public to engage. And finally, on Shutter Creek. And we'll wrap up and get you out of here no later than 3:30. Any questions on the agenda? All right. Vicki, you are up.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm joining you from my backyard. My husband has the grandchildren out for a walk. Don't know how long that's going to last. I am not with you today because I had COVID for a couple of weeks, and I'm beginning to feel like I have long COVID, but we'll see. I just needed some more rest. So I'm going to stay with you for a little bit in the morning and then come back in the afternoon. So first I wanted to talk to you, Eric Farm. Some of you know Eric took a position with OSU to work on the forest management plan, and he has effectively resigned from the committee then so that he can focus on that. And we won't be replacing him because we're going to get you all wrapped up and done by December, because I've way overstayed my invitation to all of you. We're glad that Eric and his forest expertise will help move this FMP along, because I got to tell you, that is a very critical piece to bring this project home. We have some meetings that I think you're going to be looking to Peter for sometime in October, and the FMP working group. And then in November, we'll have some meetings of the advisory committee to prepare for our December land board meeting. OSU has a big charge right now. They've had this for some time, and they're going to bring it home. And it's to prepare the committee to advise the land board regarding the sufficiency of the FMP. Because without it, we're not going to accomplish what we need to do. But I'm pretty confident we're going to get there. That's how you all have been working together very hard as an advisory committee in the smaller group to tie up the loose ends on that. So we'll do that, and we'll get those key sections in place in December before the land board changes and the governor retires into the sunset. And then we have some finalizing to do by July of 2023. It's really a big moment to get that review and advice done. Oh man, I can't believe how far we've come. And let me tell you, people are watching. I went to my National Association of State Trust Lands national conference this summer and gave a report, and they were well aware of what we were doing and are pretty excited about it. So what do we need to do? We're planning to decouple the forest from the Common School Fund at the December meeting. That's been our plan all along. That has not changed. All 3 land board members have expressed interest in doing that. So our direction is to get the materials and the motions needed so we can decouple the Elliott and East Hackey Ridge from the Common School Fund obligations. All of our money has been received that the legislature appropriated, so that's in the bank. But we've got several items left to do on the agenda for this afternoon. And particularly the appraisal, I was not sure what to expect with the appraisal, and the appraiser did an excellent job of explaining it, doing a thorough job, and I think you'll be pleased with what you're going to hear this afternoon. So we're going to delve into that a little more deeply. I'm certain there's people out there who aren't going to believe that appraisal is a good one, but I do. And I think you'll have a chance to see that. So we anticipate the December Land Board meeting will be the final day of business for you all. And I know I promised that before, and this time I mean it, because we need to transition to a stakeholder group that understands they will likely be on the board of directors that is responsible for managing the forest as the new Elliott State Research Forest Authority. So we'll begin that process by the end of the year. I want you to do your best to come to the land board meeting in December. Hopefully no one has COVID and we can all gather, because this is a real transition point to move into the authority. We do have a budget bill that DAS, Department of Administrative Services, and our budget analyst asked us to drop for the authority. It has no money in it right now because it's just a blank budget bill. We have a budget bill and it's public now, and I can make that available to folks, but our budget bill simply has the transition costs in it and nothing more. So the research authority's own budget will be developed as we go along in the 23 session. My guess is there's going to be some money dropped in there for the executive director, because without one, we can't get started. But that will all come a little bit later. I anticipate that we're going to have those recommendations to the land board. We'll have a few members, like we've done before, speak about how to do that. And I'm certain that we'll have some of you, I'm hopeful we have some of you who wish to be on the authority. I don't have any more to offer now on those issues, but I just wanted to give you a heads up where we're going in the next few months. We really have to put the pedal to the metal and bring it home, because I know you all want to talk to your grandchildren. If you don't have any yet, maybe they'll be here soon. Keith's daughter just got married. We'll give her time. But this is something to talk to your grandchildren about when they're old enough to understand the momentous occasion that brought us here and the monumental work that we've all put into it. So with that, Peter, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I'm going to take myself off video, and I'll hang out long enough till the children get back, and then I'll probably drop off and come join you again this afternoon for the appraisal and other discussions. Any questions before I mute myself? I will tell you that we're also working, we're continuing to work on funding from the federal government and other sources. So we are still working on that. And there was a question, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Vicki. Bob Salinger has a question. And I'm just a reminder for those in the room, speak loudly, because so that folks on the Zoom can hear. And Vicki, you did a great job of modeling speaking loudly. We could hear you clearly.
And there is a microphone if anyone wants it. I think I probably talked loudly.
I can hear you, Bob.
So Vicky, yeah, no, thanks for the update. I don't know if my grandchildren want to hear about this. I know my children never want to hear about it again, so.
They do not, nor does your spouse.
That's right. I guess two quick things. One is, I think it really is important if we're going to transition from the stakeholder advisory group to something that looks like the board, that we really make sure there's a very clean handoff, that there's no gap. And I would encourage us, and we can talk more about this later, maybe more appropriate later in the today, but I think we should think about appointing the board and actually getting it in place and moving into the next era formally. And that's going to take some work between now and December, regardless of whether it's a formal handoff or an informal, though I think it needs to be really clean and well done. The other thing, just to put myself on the record, we were surprised by the movement of Eric Farm from the committee as a stakeholder representing a specific interest to a consultant role. We're not going to contest it at this point, and it's no offense intended toward Eric. I have huge respect for Eric. I think he's been a great member of this committee, but it was weird for us to see a stakeholder representing a specific interest group move into a consultant role that is supposed to be more objective and is trying to lend credibility to the work that we did in this process. And I think that could have been better done. And I think as a matter of just public process, it's the kind of thing we need to think about, making sure the stakeholders are brought in advance and it isn't just sprung on them after the fact. That is a weird thing to move somebody from a stakeholder committee into a formal paid consultant role in the same process. It's not typically done. Again, no offense intended to Eric, he brings a lot of expertise to it, but I think that's the kind of thing we need to think about in terms of public process going forward.
I appreciate that, Bob, and I wasn't aware of the transition until it occurred. So I thought it was appropriate that Eric resign. We did have some conversations with folks to make sure that you were comfortable or uncomfortable with what occurred and how we'd like to handle it. And that's why it was appropriate for Eric to resign. I don't know what to tell you about transitioning from a stakeholder to a paid position during the process. I would say legislators do that also. And I just don't know what to say, Bob, but I appreciate hearing from you on that issue.
Thanks, Bob. And I think it's your point on the process, I think, is one to take note as the group thinks about how the norms and how it's going to do its work going forward. And that's duly noted. So,
you know, Peter, I might add, and next time we have a working group of some kind like this, you might want to put it in your operating statement. But the other thing is, we only asked you to be on board for a year and it's been 3. So I really can't object to Eric's decision.
thanks, Vicki. Paul, briefly, and then
I would just add to what Bob said about that transition from an advisory committee to a board. We can't have a gap. There needs to be, at a minimum, you need to identify who that board is going to be, and so they can stay active and involved, and even if it is still in an advisory capacity, we need to have continuity. So.
Okay, Peter, we might want to, I don't know if you want to have a little room for that on the agenda later to discuss, and it's certainly something I can bring to the land board's attention as well.
yeah, let's see how the day progresses, Vicki. It may fit today, or it may be something that we bring up. We have a number of other advisory committee conversations coming up in the relatively near future. So maybe we can get a little more organized around it. But noted that it does certainly warrant and require additional conversation with the group, and we'll want to get prepared for that. So thanks, Vicki. Any other questions for Vicki? Any general updates from advisory committee members, things that are pertinent to your work, but maybe not on the agenda? All right,
Do you have a problem with the agenda?
we do.
Can I get one?
Why, yeah, there's right here. And Shannon, do you want to transition to the front of the room so people can see it?
When he says, I go over.
I just keep that one running.
Is that?
Okay, can everybody hear me? I'm just going to use the microphone to make sure people can hear online as well. Thank you all for joining us today, both online and in person. It's really great to be able to see people in person these days, and appreciate you all coming to campus. As Peter said, the morning is really dedicated to talking about the forest management plan, progress on development, both writing, data collection and analysis, and then looking forward to next steps and timeline. So first, a brief roadmap for where we'd like to go today.
I just want to make sure that everybody online can hear. Keith, could you just let us know, can you hear Shannon clearly?
Very clearly, thanks.
Okay, great. Just
Great.
wanted to check because I couldn't hear if the microphone was on. So,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you,
Okay.
Shannon.
So a quick roadmap for where we'd like to take the discussion today. First is an overview of draft materials that have been shared ahead of this meeting. So you should have received a set of documents, and we can go through a high-level overview and then have time for more discussion and questions and input. Next is a brief look ahead to upcoming draft sections. And then we'll take a pause and have some time for questions and discussion around those draft materials and upcoming sections. And then come back for a second portion looking at how all of the analysis, data collection, and development of tools like the early draft of the decision matrix that we shared are being brought together to get to the next level of detail with the draft sections and decision-making points in the forest management plan. And then we'll wrap up with a brief timeline. So first, I wanted to start with this list of priority draft sections. This is the list that we have discussed before. This was generated with input from this advisory committee and also members of the OSU team developing the forest management plan. You have seen some draft versions of these sections already with additional sections to be released. These are all obviously drafts in progress, but I wanted to pause here to make sure that we're all looking at this list together and that we're all in agreement about these priority draft sections.
And to be clear, the priority sections, this is what would be coming before the land board in December. And so it's important that if you have questions about what would be before the land board, there are things you expected to see that aren't here, this is the moment. And we've had this conversation a number of times, but we want to make sure that there is 100% clarity about expectations of what is and isn't going to be available. And we'll get into sort of the content of these sections as we go forward, but at least what are the sections that you're to see in December and the land board will be looking at. This is the list. I'm intentionally pausing.
I'm wondering how far along all of this is, because a lot of these I've seen pretty well developed drafts, but there's a couple of areas up there where I haven't seen anything yet.
Perfect question and segue to the rest of her presentation. Did you have something else though?
That was it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question, Colin. So the first part of this presentation, I want to walk through that. And then if there are still further questions and comments, then we can dig into any of these sections individually. But it sounds like, oh, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I think it's the right list. I guess on the financial analysis, I'm curious how much you're going to get into, you know, kind of board feet per year, kind of for the early years. How much detail we're going to get there in terms of how that lays out on the ground, and you know, in terms of acres, board feet, or whether that's going to kind of be left for the operational plan.
Yeah, that's another good question. And we're going to talk more about the financial analysis this afternoon. Jeff, do you want to put a placeholder in that, or?
I don't care when you discuss it. I don't have any sense either about, I know what our financial plan numbers will look like, but in terms of anticipated board feet that will be cut from the different prescriptions that are in the plan in years 1 through 5 or 5 through 10, I also don't have a sense of what the Fmp will say versus what you're planning on putting into a biennial operations plan. So I wasn't going to cover that or talk about it in the later today.
Yeah, I was going to give a forward look at that very briefly later today, but I guess to just address it now, we have been in the process of working with MBG on some updated modeling runs, and we're talking with them and planning to do additional modeling runs based on the new forest inventory that we have coming online, as well as those adjustments to the stand level treatment allocations and the more detailed look at what would be sort of embodied in those treatments, particularly extensive. And so with all of those details, the plan is to work on a new set of modeling runs that would get at sort of the scenarios and range of what we could expect, leaving some flexibility so that the researchers and managers and the executive director would be able to, with further information and eyes on the ground, be able to actually make those detailed decisions in the biennial operations plans. But we're anticipating having new runs to kind of put the sideboards on what we anticipate that looks like.
And the HCP, and maybe this is what you were wondering about, Bob, the HCP kind of sets a wider sideboard within to give the flexibility for the Fmp process to kind of suss that out based on more current modeling runs than are available when the HCP process is going. So there are some caps in the HCP on forest, but they don't necessarily reflect what you all might come to in the Fmp process.
Two other quick things. One, on the species conservation, martin continues to bloom really large. So I just want to flag that as a particular species of interest. And I also, I think, flag amphibians as well, because that's an area of the riparian resigned that there are no protections on the intermittent streams right now. So designated will be really, there's a lot of interest in how that plays out. And that's kind of driven by amphibians, so there's a nexus there. The other thing that may or may not be part of your recreation and public access is, you know, going through the HCP, one of the issues comes up is that really the only thing that's assured in that is right now is written is no more than 40 miles of new permanent road. And there's sort of vague commitments to trying to reduce the road network over time, but it really doesn't get delineated clearly in the HCP at this point. So it'll be helpful to, in the recreation and public access, the degree you can delineate what you think you can do in terms of what the process is going to be for figuring out where roads may be removed or reduced or abandoned.
And Shannon, we have a team of folks here taking notes for you too. Don't feel like you got to cover it all. Thanks, Bob.
I think it's helpful in the late stages of FMP to start thinking about the operating plan as well. Especially the first few years of the harvest schedule, what units you're actually looking at in those first few years of planning, and actually starting to think about prescriptions and operability. I think there's two reasons to do that. One is it gives you a way to kind of test your FMP and to make sure things are achievable before you finalize everything. And it also allows you to provide some more specificity that I think some of the advisory committee members have been looking for. So I'm curious if that's something you're thinking about doing before this FMP is finalized, at least starting to look at that first few years of the actual harvest schedule and what the prescriptions might look like.
Yeah, and that's something that I think in part the decision matrix is meant to help with some of those decisions. So and I have an example kind of towards the end of the slides today with just a subset of those criteria that are in that draft decision matrix. But one of them is looking at priority in the first 0 to 20 years, as well as the other attributes. I think there are almost 50 attributes currently in the draft. So the idea is that with a tool like that, as well as the landscape modeling, we would be able to have a better sense of the current conditions. There will still be data we'd have to fill in, and we can talk about some examples of that, but we would have at that point sort of a range of data to be able to look at what are areas we might want to prioritize for those first few years, what the target stand structures are, and start to develop more of those details.
Okay. Yeah, I would just encourage you to take it a step beyond just looking at the decision criteria and actually starting to apply that to at least come up with a draft plan for that first few years. Just to outline what areas, what units you might be looking at in those first few years, and how they might get worked into the schedule and actually implemented.
Great, thanks for that feedback.
Thanks, Tom. Anything else on key provisions? All right. You know the sections you're going to see.
Okay, so looking at this first part here that are starred and in bold, these are the sections that we shared in draft form ahead of this meeting. The triad experimental design and early implementation, we have not shared the text yet of the draft section, although it draws very directly on the research proposal and also the HCP. But the parts that we've shared so far are the work that triad early implementation technical group has done to identify the set of potential watersheds that would be included in that first phase of implementation. There's still a little bit more refining work that needs to be done. And then we'll also be sharing the description of the experimental design, which shouldn't come as any surprise to this group. It really draws directly from the research proposal, but we'll be bringing that all together. We wanted to get out the work that group has done and a map of what they were looking at and the criteria for choosing those subwatersheds. So we'll be, I've got as I said, a high level overview today. Definitely want to make sure that we're tracking time and leaving plenty of time for questions and discussion. This next set is what we anticipate sharing in draft form coming up. So under the forest management strategies and harvest operations, a section on intensive silviculture. Again, this is drawn really heavily from the research proposal and the HCP, but with the finer level of detail that has been in development for extensive silviculture. So looking at goals, objectives, and management guidelines. We've also talked about the importance of detailing post-disturbance response. And in the HCP, there's a differentiation between the CRW and the MRW, but this is another section under the management strategies that we'll be working to release. The FMP Goals and Objectives, the background section that contains this will be sharing that as well. The Marbled Mirrorlet experiment draft has been in development from that technical group. They've been meeting over the summer. We are working on some updates right now based on recent conversations, and then we'll be circulating that within that technical group and then sharing it out with this full group. Aquatic and Riparian strategy. There was an early draft of some of the sections of this shared in July with the FMP working group. That technical team has been continuing to work on the aquatic and riparian strategy, as well as working on additional details in the HCP. And so we've been working with them on bringing all of that information together and getting to the finer level of detail for the forest management plan. We'll talk about this in a little bit more detail later on, but two of the main parts of this are the riparian restoration experiment and provision for steep slopes. There's also a section on the adaptive management strategy that's been in development. And so the background for that is put together. And again, I'll discuss this in a little bit more detail. This is another section that has a lot of close connections with other sections that have been under development. So for example, in the extensive silviculture draft that was shared, that group has been working on monitoring indicators. And so that's part of this most recent draft. They're continuing to work on detailing those, but that would be a really clear point of connection with the adaptive management strategy, as well as the monitoring framework that was released. So that's a tie that we're working on making, and would really appreciate your feedback on those sections today so that we can continue to kind of add more detail to the adaptive management strategy based on those monitoring indicators that are under development. And then finally, the financial analysis, which we talked about a little bit already, and we'll be sharing updates as we have more information based on the new data and analysis that we are just now getting. So as we've been drafting these sections, there are a couple of key knowledge gaps that we've been working to fill. And this is something that's taken a lot of different teams and a lot of different people from broad areas of expertise. But this is just a list of some of the knowledge gaps that we've been working to fill towards the forest management plan, not a comprehensive list. And we'll dive in a little bit deeper to some of these this morning as well. So first is looking at current stand conditions, including stand ages in some of the older forest on the Elliott, getting more of a sense of forest structure, complexity, and relative density trees per acre. So a lot of this information is coming from that updated forest inventory, as well as the field work that's been ongoing this summer, looking at disturbance history and stand age. The next bullet point is disturbance history. So we've had a team out on the Elliott and in the surrounding area, gaining more knowledge about the fire history in the area, as well as stand age in some of the, particularly some of the older areas of unmanaged and second growth forest. We have had a field crew out looking at biodiversity through a pilot study that was meant to test some of the approaches that we're working into the monitoring framework, as well as just get an understanding of what a snapshot of the range of the biodiversity is that's present on the forest. We also have had work putting in some point dendrometers, looking at microclimate variation, and we've got a group that's also doing some tree climbing this week, setting up for that. So all of these things are being layered together. And then finally, looking at current stream conditions and restoration needs, including looking at the range of needs for habitat restoration, floodplain connectivity, and other pieces that are going into the development of that riparian and aquatic chapter. So we'll circle back around to this and get into more detail, but this is an example of just a portion of the group that's been working on filling in all of those knowledge gaps. And by no means is the entire group. This photo was taken in early August when we had multiple teams on the Elliott on the same day. There were actually, there was a group from DSL on the forest the same day, and we crossed paths, which was really great to see everyone there. So this group, there are members of the Aquatic and Riparian team, technical writing team, geospatial analysis, a group, the group working on stand age and fire history, geotechnical and landslide expertise, wildlife researchers, and our canine assistant, Gracie. So next I wanted to just do a high-level overview, as I said, of the sections that were shared. I want to save plenty of time for questions and discussion. But one of the main sections that we shared was the monitoring framework. So for the Elliott, the vision for the monitoring plan is to really begin with collection of baseline data, including pre-treatment data, as part of that early implementation phase of the triad experiment, as well as across all of the areas of the forest in the MRW and CRW. We have been working on a layered approach to monitoring that has been piloted this summer with the field work that's been happening out there, where we've had groups doing tree coring, stand age work, biodiversity plots, and then groups looking at microclimate and canopy microbiomes, all aligning where their study sites are, where it makes sense. And the frameworks draft that we shared makes this point, but the idea is to align the plots where necessary in order to, or where feasible, in order to build on the data and how it connects across these various parts of the forest. But there are different goals for some of these components of the monitoring plan. And so that might not always be the case. So the idea is for efficiency, for the ability to bring data together in new ways, to align study sites and plots where possible, but recognize where that would actually be a limitation. This also includes use of sensors and aligning transects with plots where possible. It also includes aerial LiDAR, UAV, and ground-based LiDAR. And I've got a couple slides on that in a little bit. The monitoring framework also lays out a network of permanent plots for forest inventory, carbon, and biodiversity, stratified by treatment type. And also, so across the triad, intensive, extensive, as well as in reserve, and in the riparian areas. Again, these plots will align where possible, but some of the biodiversity plots might not always be with a forest inventory plot and vice versa. The monitoring framework also discusses assessments and monitoring of floodplain ecosystems. Part of the initial assessments are really to get a sense of where what the floodplain and stream habitats currently look like on the Elliott, and prioritize areas for not only monitoring plots, but also restoration work. And part of that is working with partners in the area, like local watershed associations. There's also assessment and monitoring of riparian areas. Part of that is overlapping with the forest inventory and vegetation plots. And then there's quite a bit of detail there looking at water quality and quantity monitoring over time. For climate and microclimate, there is a series of climate and soil stations described with additional microclimate sensors on slope transects and also sensors in the canopy, with climate towers providing access to the canopy for monitoring for wildlife, for microbial communities, and for microclimate. There's a section of the monitoring framework that looks at economics associated with the research forest. So this includes timber harvests and markets, workforce development. It also includes impacts of the research and education program and ties with the community, as well as human values. So what are people's perceptions of their ability to use and access the forest, the research that's happening there, the educational opportunities, and values they have just in general for the biodiversity of the research forest. And then finally, last but not least, there's a connection to the HCP species and a description of the monitoring that would happen for those HCP species with compliance and effectiveness monitoring on top of the monitoring that's happening across the whole forest as the backbone of the research program. But all of that data being collected is also anticipated to contribute to monitoring of those HCP species as well. One of the points of feedback that we've gotten from the Fmp working group is to make sure that we are focusing on the HCP species, but not to the exclusion of other biodiversity. And so that's something that we've made clear in the writing that has been the goal from the beginning for the research forest, but making sure that we have that balance is really important too. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you want us to jump in as you go, or do you want us to pull questions?
What would you prefer, Peter?
Why don't we take, if you've got things that we can address as we go, let's take them. And if they end up being longer, more in-depth conversational discussion pieces, then we'll save until the interlude portion.
I'll just take the opportunity to flag again, Martin's here in terms of HCP species. It's not an HCP species, but it's your other listed species on the forest that is drawing a ton of attention. And so there's just a real interest in understanding how that's going to get addressed, because you're basically in a no-take situation with the Martin right now, similar to what the state had with the Mirrorlets and spotted owls and coho up until this HCP. So that's the one that really does enlarge, and just don't want to lose that one.
I thought that might be your comment. So.
Peter, just the HCP discussions are happening with NOAA fisheries, NIMS, in sequence after the Fish and Wildlife Service discussions happen primarily at monitoring time. So just for those of you that have been looking at the draft HCPs that we sent out to some folks on the committee that asked for it, I know that there could be some additional monitoring that's embedded in the HCP compliance piece around riparian functions. And Shannon and I have been careful to be communicating anytime the agency brings that up, but what you see in the Fmp might be something added to it in the riparian stuff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jeff. And you'll notice in the monitoring framework, there are placeholders for sections that are under development. And then, as Jeff said, we're also in really close contact about edits that are being made to the draft HCP and making sure that we are closely tracking that and updating our documents at the same time. Okay, so real quick to touch on again on filling in some of these knowledge gaps. This was work done this summer. The field crew actually has about one more week for the full field crew out on the forest. They have just finished setting the last of their 56 biodiversity sites. And so analysis will be happening through the next couple of months. There is some initial data, mostly from the camera traps, with some work that still needs to be done to tag the photos and recordings with species IDs. But we're really excited about the work that they were able to do this summer. So you'll see the points here across the forest. These biodiversity sites were chosen based on the potential early implementation subwatersheds that technical group identified. So you can see the data here that was collected on insects, pollinators, bats, large and medium-sized mammals, small and medium carnivores, flying squirrels, songbirds, and owls. They also ran some transects for amphibians. That was not part of their initial monitoring protocol, but at the beginning of the summer that was added. They've also looked at understory cover, canopy composition, coarse woody debris, and some tree coring on selected sites. So next steps will involve processing the samples for genetic analysis, tagging those recordings and photos. And then, as I mentioned, there are also teams aligning with the plots that were put in this summer, including that canopy sampling team.
So, you have a question? I got a question. Why no plots in the reserve?
So this pilot study was meant to inform that first phase of the early implementation of the triad, and then also pilot the protocols for the monitoring plan. And looking at the capacity they had this summer, this was the decision that that wildlife team made. The idea is next summer to go and expand on these plots and do more across different areas of the forest that I believe would include reserves, and there's funding for that already through a grant. It's a good question. It was a discussion that team had. So here's just a quick snapshot of some of the data that they collected. One of the photos from their wildlife cameras on the lower left, and then on the right, a photo of our team just by happenstance stumbling across one of the biodiversity plots. So we got captured by their wildlife camera as well. Related to the biodiversity plots, and then obviously also the monitoring framework, there was a draft species conservation section shared that had a couple of main parts to it. One was looking at the overarching strategies for the forest that contribute to multi-species conservation, including maintaining protected areas, maintaining and increasing connectivity through the CRW and the MRW, use of focal species to look at monitoring habitat quality and conservation for a range of species. So focal species, including the HCP species and other sensitive species. And there was a section that detailed some of those species of interest and sensitive species. And then the fourth part is connecting back to that monitoring framework with biodiversity monitoring, so that we're able to understand the range of biodiversity and wildlife that's using the forest and be able to track that and study it over time. It connects HCP species habitat requirements with the biological goals, conditions, and conservation measures directly with management, and also seeks to address connections between the research management approach and the Oregon conservation strategy. And as I said, highlights some current species of interest or concern. So this may be a point of discussion once we get through the end of this section, but would really appreciate hearing from any members of this group your thoughts on this approach for species conservation, as well as the species of interest or concern. And Bob, I know you mentioned the coastal martin, and there's a draft section in there that we're continuing to work on developing, as well as amphibians. There was a section shared on climate change and adaptive silviculture, which provides an overview of anticipated research on the forest, on forest carbon, climate smart forestry, and carbon markets. This, of course, is not a complete list, but it is a snapshot of the types of research that we anticipate would be part of the Elliott State Research Forest, and also connect really closely to the monitoring framework, as well as the budget that's been put together for that. It outlines the approach for integrating climate smart forestry on the Elliott State Research Forest. We've been talking with partners, and so there are some specific partners listed, resources that have been developed, some more general and national, some that are more regionally focused, and the process that we would plan to use to bring together researchers and managers on developing specifics of those adaptive silvicultural practices and how they weave into the current treatment plans. There are also some examples provided in that draft, and primarily based on the Northern Institute of Applied Climate Science Adaptation Workbook and the Adaptive Silviculture for Climate Change Network. And from those examples, you can see a really clear link between the research and practices that are already being planned for the forest management plan, and in some cases, some additional tactics that we might think about as part of the research. Not all of these tactics obviously fit with every part of the forest or even the forest as a whole. And so the idea would be to use the process that's been developed by these groups to bring together local researchers and managers under a PI to take a close look at the forest using the current data that we're developing now, and work that into the biennial operations plans and the research. So we've been having those conversations with partners, understanding their process, and that is included in this section, is a description of that peer reviewed process that they've used and how we would envision applying that to the Elliott.
Hey, Shannon, does chapter 7, what's in the draft chapter, change if the climate smart grant is accepted, or does it change if the climate smart grant doesn't come through?
It does not change depending on that grant, no. I'll look to Katie for a confirmation of that, but that was something that we discussed in developing that section. There was a section released on extensive silviculture. This is something that's been in development by that technical group over the summer. And we released an earlier draft to the Fmp working group and had a conversation with them. It describes goals, objectives, management directions, includes connections to species conservation goals. And the most recently developed portion of that is a description that details the monitoring indicators, initial target levels based on current scientific literature and knowledge in the area, and then connections back to those specific management objectives that have been developed. And so again, this is a part of the forest management plan that is really closely connected to both the monitoring plan and the adaptive management strategy. The photo here is from one of the stands on the Elliott that we visited that kind of provides a look at one type of forest structure that would be envisioned as a target for extensive silviculture.
Are we going to talk about extensive in more detail, or should I jump in now? Talk about it.
It's one of the things that that I think we're hoping to have time for the comments and discussion. But Peter, would you?
We need to have time for it. So because I've got serious heartburn with the way it's written.
I should say planning, not hoping, but Peter, if you'd like to do that now, and then also Matt Powers is here from
you
the
have
technical
stuff
group.
in the management plan that is written in stone, numbers. You have chosen the preferred outcome before we've done the experiment. And that isn't what this is supposed to be about. This is supposed to be about making new science. You've written it so restrictive that your decision space is almost non-existent. You've chosen the outcome. Those sorts of details don't need to be written in stone, because once they're written in the management plan that gets adopted, they'll be there forever. They'll be like the east side screens, 30-inch logs or trees. You can't forever. So there needs to be flexibility. You need to put that sort of specificity in the biennial operations plan, not in the management plan, because you've eliminated any sorts of decisions that the board can make going forward, and that you as researchers can make going forward. You've limited your research too much. I
know this has been a big point of discussion within that technical group. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I wasn't part of those discussions until recently. So when I saw it, I was major red flag. In fact, it just doesn't work.
Can you explain your concern a little more for us, less technical people?
There are percentages of what the landscape will look like written into, if you go to the table within that description, percentages of what it will look like. And like I say, that is picking the outcome before you've done the experiments.
So I can elaborate on that a little bit, because I have been participating in that sub-work group. And it's one of the sub-work groups that I have made a point to participate in, because to me, I think it's the most important part of this whole project is experimental research of that extensive style of silviculture. And in some of our early meetings, we went back and forth on how much specificity to have in the forest management plan. And, you know, in some of the drafts, we had targets like X percentage of the sub watersheds will be, you know, early complex, early cereal, X percentage will be, you know, complex, late cereal, or structurally diverse late cereal. You know, there will be a target of X percentage of hardwood cover, things like that. And from myself and from some of the other actual practicing forest managers who were participating in that sub-work group, we have real concerns about including that level of specificity, because that is based, those specific targets they're all based on our current understanding of how to achieve our overall goals of providing for biodiversity and wood products and all these things that we're trying to achieve. But our current understanding, as soon as we start doing things, it's going to develop, and we're going to realize that it's wrong and we need to adjust. So that, you know, including that stuff in the forest management plan doesn't leave room for adaptive management. It makes it really hard to adapt to iteratively when you're planning the next management project to say, well, we tried this the last year and we think we can do it better, so we want to adjust. It makes it really hard to do that. The other big issue is we thought that it would be make it so that it was impossible to implement the management direction in the extensive areas, because we already have some really hard sideboards in our rotation age, our level of retention, and our harvest target, which is 50% volume. And when you start fixing all these other variables on a specific number, I think what you're going to find is you just can't do it. You can't hit 50% volume and also hit, you know, X% early successional or X% complex older forest. And those variables, when they're fixed, they conflict, and you can't, if it's written in the forest management plan, you can't adjust one variable to make sure you're hitting what's written in the research platform and HCP. So I think that level of specificity, we need to have it, but it needs to be in the operating plan, not in the forest management plan.
Thanks, Colin. Paul, thanks for raising it. Matt, do you have anything you want to add? And then Bob, if I can put you on the spot, since you and Mark would, I think if you were here as well, you've been one of the people advocating for additional detail, and I think this is an important, if not specific, but also emblematic of an overall sort of desire for tension around how much specificity belongs in the FMP versus the operational plan. So Matt, anything you want to add?
Yeah, well, I think Colin did a good job of summarizing some of the discussions we've had in that technical working group. I guess I share a lot of the concerns expressed, particularly how as the sort of some watershed scale targets that we've listed in that section of the FMP compound constraints on implementation with some of the hard targets that come from the from the research proposal that Colin mentioned. I share the concern that when we actually get out there and start trying to implement things on the ground, the types of treatments that were envisioned within the research proposal won't be able to be implemented in the extensive areas. And I guess I would add another sort of another aspect of the conversations we've had in the extensive group. Kind of revolves around uncertainty about how the adaptive management process will actually work. I don't think any of us have seen a draft of that section. And a concern that the historical experience with adaptive management as a mechanism for adjusting guidelines and constraints at the tactical forest management plan level in the Pacific Northwest has been, once those guidelines or constraints are written in the initial tactical forest management plan, they are very, very challenging to change, even if there is an adaptive management process embedded within it. The Northwest Forest Plan is very sure there are a number of targets in that, the 80-year rule, the initial widths for riparian buffers within that plan that were intended to be adjusted over time as the science evolved, because they are as few. They didn't have the science available to really determine what was needed to promote the conservation outcomes at the time that plan was written. And over the now close to 30 years of implementation of that plan, those targets have never been adjusted there. And I have a concern that unless we have a very clearly articulated, feasible process for adaptive management of any hard targets that are written in at the tactical forest management plan level, it will be very challenging to adjust them over time in response to what we are learning as we go.
Thanks. Bob, can I ask you to respond and speak to sort of any reactions you have to that, as well as sort of your collective interest around the detail?
Yeah, I mean, I think you captured it well. We are interested in a higher level of detail, and trying to really understand, at least, this has a 10 to 20 year shelf life, and what the real plan is for the first, decade or so on this forest. So I think the detail actually helps. I think the adaptive management comes in future incarnations. We're not going to get enough data in the first 10 years to necessarily I don't need to worry that much about adaptively managing within the context of a 1 to 2 decade long management plan. And I think it is important for the community, because this is still a public forest, it is supposed to be multiple values, to nail down some of the specificity of what was intended. The original plan that was put out by OSU was pretty 100,000 foot level. And there was always an expectation that the details would be fleshed out here, so the public could really see and understand what that meant on the ground. And so I think the detail is appropriate, and I think OSU can say what it intends to do for 1 to 2 decades. At that point, you got to be coming back and writing a different one, and that should start to incorporate in those adaptive management strategies that emerge. And in some ways, I think, the conversation we're having here is a temporal one, right? It's not saying we won't do adaptive management and change over time. It's saying that, here's the plan for the next, 10, 20. I mean, what is it, Tom? Is it, you anticipate that, how many years are you anticipating the FFP will be viable?
My assumption is that it's a 10-year plan to kick things off, but we're setting a trajectory for the forest for the, looking ahead for 100 years, basically. But I think that we'll be wanting at the end of 10 years to be starting on an updated forest management plan.
Yeah, and that's what we were figuring as well. So I mean, are we really at that great of an odds right now in terms of what we're saying here?
If we're gonna if we're gonna truly adapt, we're gonna have adaptive management. We need to build a mechanism that's designed to do that. And as you pointed out, and I've pointed out many times, we have adaptive management out there. Nobody's ever done it. Northwest Forest Plan, which was, you know, the management plans for the forest are supposed to be 10-year plans. Well, it's 30 years. And it hasn't done a damn thing good for anybody. Species, people, communities, it's a failure. It hasn't adapted, it's just ratcheted down and burn up. So if we're gonna build something that's supposed to be adaptable, then let's do it now.
Right, but it is being managed by a research site.
No, so let me come to Colin and then come back to Bob. And if I'm missing, sorry, Katie.
So the key issue for me is the timeline for adaptive management. And I think, there's gonna be things that we, it's gonna take us 10 years or so to realize we're doing wrong, but there's gonna be things that we're doing wrong, or we could be doing better in the first weeks of implementation. And the Northwest Forest Plan is a great example, because there was issues with the Northwest Forest Plan that, in the first months of trying to implement that plan, it was obvious that needed to be adjusted. We've still been doing the same thing for the past 30 years. And I would hate to see us repeat that mistake. As we're going, just as an example, regeneration, a lot of these targets for complex early cereal and for structurally diverse older forests, it's really going to depend on regeneration. And you see what's happening with your regeneration, 6 months after you harvest or after you plant. You might expect to have a harvest area come back in complex early cereal. And what happens is you have 5,000 hemlock seedlings come into the acre, and you get 0 years of your early cereal where you expected 10 years. Or you might not have conifer regeneration. You might get 150 years of early cereal where you expected 10 years. So we're going to see things that we can be doing better, and see things that we need to adjust in the first months and years, that we need to be able to have flexibility to adjust for that without going through a whole plan revision. And then, even if we do have things that, if adaptive management requires a plan revision, I question whether that will actually ever happen. You can write an adaptive management strategy into your plan, but if it requires a plan revision to change something, from a practical standpoint, people treat FMPs as promises that can never be changed. And I'm worried about that. If you write, we're going to maintain 50% late, older forests on the sub-watershed level. If you ever try to change that, people are going to throw a fit, and it's going to be really difficult to do.
Bob and then Katie.
I'm not seeing a whole lot in here at this point that I think locks you in. To things that you're going to really want to change necessarily. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I do think it has to be balanced with the fact that it's a public forest, and the public wants to have some level of certainty around it, some level of understanding. Those annual forest plans will get down to a greater level of detail. I also think, this forest is a different animal in some ways too, in the sense that I hear what you say about Paul and I have some differences of opinion about the Northwest Forest Plan. I'll leave it there. But I think there is an expectation and a reasonable assumption that this is going to function differently than the Northwest Forest Plan, in the sense that you're a research institution managing it. So it's kind of built in. You're going to have that adaptive management over time. in a way that you wouldn't actually get on a national forest. And, again, I feel like it's a bit of a semantic issue here, but I think I'll leave it that I think it's important that the public have a pretty good indication of what this forest is likely to look like over 10 years, so they can give meaningful input into it. Otherwise, kind of becomes a little bit of a trespass kind of thing.
So Katie, then Colin, and then Paul, and then I'm gonna, excuse me, Katie, Jeff, Colin, Paul, and then I'm gonna try to bring some additional observations on it.
Yeah, as one of the people who's been pushing Matt and some of these other groups on some specificity, there's a good reason for it in a scientific perspective. And that is, if you're designing a research experiment, you have to have some targets, you have to have some ideas of where you're going and why. And you have to set some defensible goals. And so in this case, one of our goals is to set some numbers that say, based on the landscape analysis that we're conducting right now on the Elliott research forest, if we look at the natural stands, here's what we see. We see this percentage of this percentage of that. And then we look on a larger scale, we take in our stand history that we're working on now with the repetition of disturbance. What is the repetition pattern of disturbance? And we come up with what we would consider some defensible targets. They're not going to be perfect. We don't expect them to, because it's research. But we have to start somewhere in order to make decisions going forward. So that's one of the goals of the targets. It's, you don't know when you get there if you don't know where you're going. And so that's a key tenet of science. You've got to have some idea, and you have to make a decision based on a logical, defensible argument, again, with the idea that it might not be perfect. So that's part of the target, because we do want to run some simulations on this forest that say, if we manage like this with using land as 2, we'll have this outcome, or this is the probability distribution of the outcomes we'll have. We're not going to be in the dark. We'll be doing some forecasting, looking at what's coming, potentially what are some trajectories, so that as we track that trajectory, we know if we're on target or if we're off. We'll see departures based on what we're measuring versus what we kind of put out into the future. So that's part of the science piece of it. And the other piece of it is I agree with you, many of your agreements and disagreements with former FMPs. I just want to caution you, how many of those FMPs were written for research forests? And how many of those FMPs were written under federal laws under the Forest Management Planning Act? And then we're not under the Forest Management Planning Act. Okay, we're a state entity, and we have a forest management plan that's intended to be a research pathway, not in the classic sense of operating under federal laws that are operating very differently. So the adaptive management piece is intended to be active and built in. The regeneration is a perfect example. If our goal is to establish a new cohort, and we're either over-establishing or under-establishing, then we have to make adjustments, and they can't wait 20 years or 10 years. But that's where the adaptive management trigger, I think we wrote this trigger just the other day, if I'm remembering right, there's so many other things in my head. But we just wrote that trigger, saying, are we getting regeneration? If the answer is no, then we need to take these steps. And so some of it comes in response to whether we use herbicides or don't use herbicides. Some of these questions come into response from a lot of places, but they all are there. And so this is really a dynamic process. And I don't want to give the impression that 1, we're federal lands, 2, we're writing this for a management forest as opposed to a research forest. And hopefully you'll learn some new lessons in this process. And if we have a good board and we have a strong sense of their purpose, which I think Paul, you have, Colin, you have, Bob, you guys all have, then I think it will be very adaptive and deliberative, but it needs to be The other thing you need something with research is you need some certainty of what's gonna happen in the future. Because you can't keep studying something if it's continually shifting. You can't draw any conclusions. So we do need, you know, some targets that we need regeneration. If we don't get regeneration, that's critical. But if we have a target of this much of several species, or I mean, of early several, or late, or complex early several, or late successional, and we're missing those targets, that's something that's a little more fluid. And to be honest, we won't know if we're hitting and missing those targets for 40 to 60 years. Because many of the stands going into extensive are that old. And so 10,000 acres are done for plantation currently. So it's going to take a long time to unfold those and unpack them.
Thanks, Katie. So Jeff, Colin, Paul, you need more, but yeah, here.
I'll just put myself at the end of this break.
I will jump into the specifics of the targets and all, but the piece that I would really encourage everybody to, all of us to think about is whether there's adequate language in the chapter that has real clarity that if there are issues operationalizing the intended prescriptions in order to get the financial health of forests to balance and be enough to keep going as a self-sufficient forest, that language be really clear. That if operationalizing comes along and there's difficulties and there need to be adjustments, that's not seen as something broken, it's seen as something that was foreseen and very important enough that the Fmp called it out and makes clear that we got to be able to operationalize to get a cutout according to the prescription. Something's got to adjust.
Yeah, so to address Bob, your comment that you weren't seeing language in the draft that you thought would be too restrictive. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same draft because the last draft that I think was actually circulated, I didn't have as big issues with, but it sounds like after the previous subgroup meeting, there were some pretty major changes and some pretty specific targets that were put into that draft that I have real big concerns with. So it might be worth circulating a current draft among the full advisory committee so that we're all looking at the same thing and we can all be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, that may be the case, because I don't.
It is.
I don't get this one. I think that gets to something I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we've been working on this as the subwork group, and it sounds like it's getting changed based on individual input from committee members, and I think it's a big enough issue, and that we need to address it as a committee.
Agreed, Matt, I see you. Good one.
Yeah, and then just to touch on what you were talking about, Katie. You know, I think we do need to have specific targets. I think that's important to direct the science, but from my standpoint, we do have specific targets which are contained in the research platform, which is the rotation age, the retention, the level of volume, 50% volume, and those are all tied to the basic research question, which is, do we get our wood volume by harvesting on 50% of the land base, or do we get our volume by harvesting on 100% of the land base at 50% intensity? So to answer that basic research question, it's really important that you hit that 50% intensity on those intensive acres. So, and that's my biggest concern is that these other targets are going to interfere with that primary research question and design of hitting 50% volume and intensity on the intensive acres. So, and I think and Reverend Jeff went, you know, how the Fmp handles adaptive management is really important. I think if it takes a full-blown Fmp revision to change those targets that are in these chapters, I don't think that's workable. But if the Fmp can anticipate that those are going to need to be adjusted and that those can be adjusted with some ease and frequency, then I think that is a direction we need to go. I think the way to do that with ease and frequency is to include the targets in the operating plan, not the FMP. But if we can draft the FMP in a way that they can be periodically adjusted based on monitoring as the monitoring comes in, then I think that would be another way to handle that.
All right, you're next, Paul, but Matt, did you have something like content that you wanted to offer that might be helpful?
I wanted to go back to that case, just for a quick thought in response to that. I agree 100% with the point that we need to have some sort of clear desired research outcome. And I think a discussion that would be helpful to have within this group is how we want to characterize that outcome within the extensive section of the FMP. Right now, I think we're being asked to characterize it two potentially conflicting ways. One is describe the sort of landscape level desired condition, essentially the characteristics that we want extensive areas across the landscape to have. The other is describe the rate and type of harvesting that will be done across extensive areas. I'm not sure we can describe those two things are interdependent on one another. And I think from a sort of treatment characterization standpoint, it would be useful to focus on one or the other in the FMP, either characterize the types of treatments we're going to do, the rates of implementation in a very clear way, and then look at the outcomes of that and adjust those types and rates of treatments over time in response to those outcomes. Or to characterize the landscape condition we're trying to generate. And then implement treatments as needed to try to move towards that target and stay there. The challenge with characterizing flow is that the sort of landscape condition is dependent on the types of rates of treatment. And at this point, at least, we don't have the modeling yet to tell us what types of rates of treatment we should be doing to achieve a given landscape condition.
Thanks, Matt. So Paul, then Bob, and then I promise I'll give you a break.
I'm just going to talk from a very personal point of view. Industry knows how to grow trees and clear cut and grow more trees. We're not going to learn a whole hell of a lot from the intensive forest management. We know how to set aside land and not do anything with it. We know how to do that. I don't think we're going to learn a hell of a lot from those lands. The reason that I personally have stayed involved for 4 years with this is this piece that we're talking about, right? The extensive. That's what I think gets us to what Bob wants, what I want, a diversity of outcomes. This is the most important subject for me. And if we don't get it right, I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to be involved, period. We need to have the decision space to experiment and come up with new ways of managing. You've picked, and I've heard it from both of you, a desired condition. That is an assumption. That is not what we want. We want to come about conditions out there that are favorable for species and humans. And maybe it isn't that desired condition that you're describing there. But how will we know unless we try something different? And in writing that, and no, it isn't federal land, but it's public land, as Bob has repeatedly pointed out, and we all know it's public land. And this forest management plan, as I understand it, and Jeff probably has a better idea than I do, will be adopted by the land board, correct?
They're supposed to approve it.
They'll approve it.
It's a precondition.
If they approve it, how the hell are we gonna change it? We're not. Pure and simple, we're not. So you need to have enough flexibility in that management plan to where you can actually change it to make it work, to where it allows you to do your experimentation. And if you put all these very specific hard numbers in there, you'll never be able to change it. You can put that specificity someplace else. You can put it in the operations plan. And that gives you some assurance of what you're going to be doing for the next couple of years, but it also puts the ability to change it at a lower level than that political level. And we want to keep this out of politics as much as we can. Because once they approve it, it'll never get changed. I guarantee it.
The approval is also for any amendments to it.
What's
I
that?
said amendments in the future under the statute have to be approved by the board and the landlord.
I've never seen it happen. No, it's not federal, it's not FLIPMA, but it's still public and it's in that public realm, and that body is going to approve it, and it'll be written in stone.
So you're saying, Paul, that it becomes a political decision, not necessarily a scientific decision?
Correct.
As far as you're concerned.
No, I agree that the politics are a problem for the management of forest and riparian. I agree with you on that.
So it won't let you manage.
So Bob, and then I'm gonna try to wrap, give people a break, and then we've got a few more sections to get through before we get to lunch.
Well, at Paul's point, just as a process, but I think it's gonna be really important to get all these chapters into, sort of online and lined up and show the chapters that are not there as well as placeholders. And then to amend that on an ongoing basis, so we can all go to, even if it's a restricted site in the interim, but we, at least as committee members, we can go to that site and see the most current version and also see whatever red line changes have been made until they're adopted, and then they can disappear. But I think that's gonna make life a lot easier, because I know I was looking for emails and pulling them up, and I have like 20 emails with attachments on them now, and they're not all the same attachments. So I think that'll help a lot if we can get it into a consistent format, and we don't have to attach 25 documents to every email either. To Paul's point, I guess I'm more optimistic. I mean, my hope is that this is actually different. I see the land board as kind of a last check, but if it works the way it should, I mean, hopefully a lot of these changes are not going to be super controversial. The basic framework is there. If there are the kinds of things that Colin is describing, or Paul, you've alluded to, it's going to go to the stakeholder or the board first anyways. I mean, it's going to come up from some committee or staff or whatever, as this is an issue, this is where things are not working. Goes to the board for approval of changes initially. If the board agrees to that, if there's relative unanimity on the board, yeah, this makes sense. This isn't reaching our target, or this was off. Then a land board change should be relatively easy. If there's conflict there, then it's going to be harder, and it'll again, it's a check. But my hope is that this will work differently. This is going to be more of a collaborative effort. When we go through the federal process, as everyone knows well, I mean, it's a mammoth process, right? I mean, you have to open things up and go through all kinds of process to make any changes that are much more elaborate. And they don't tend to open it up for micro adjustments either. They tend to open it up for, major changes, so they do it. So I think this is really a different animal that we created here than what we had in the past. If it, I would say that if it doesn't work that way, then this process is a failure anyway. I think to some degree, either we're going to be working collaboratively to adapt over time, or this thing's got to come apart at the seams. So I don't know, maybe I'm being naive and optimistic there, but.
So I just have a quick question. So what would be the downside of including it in the operations plan and stuff like that? I mean, just coming from an outsider's point of view, as far, it just seems to make more sense to me because as somebody who is a politician part of their life, I do feel like, those would not be decisions I would be wanting to make as a state member. I wouldn't be wanting adjustments to Fmp kind of every 6 months. When I get a lot of people giving input that weren't necessarily engaged in the process.
I mean, my answer would be that, I think one, the public in general does want more specificity, certainly the conservation side does. Wants to know what OSU is planning on these sites. We've been assured for 3 years as we move through this process that specificity would be coming in the FFP. And that there would be some higher level checks on this sort of framework for managing this forest. So to me, taking a significant portion of it down to the annual operations plan would actually be different than the agreements we've kind of made over the last couple of years. Of course, it's a continuum as to what detail means, more or less. I think in some ways, this may not be the forum to tease it out either. I think, for those of us that are sort of bashing it around in here, I think it'd be probably more productive to actually go through whatever the current draft is and see where people feel there's a need for more flexibility and where there's disagreement over specificity. And that may be a bit of a line by line process.
I agree with that. I think that this was an extremely helpful and important conversation to have here. And it's an extremely important conversation to continue, I think, in actually digging into the content of the FMP. And also, I think, Colin, you made the observation earlier, the suggestion of, developing a draft operational plan and everybody is going 110%, and I don't know how much we can actually achieve between now and December, but if that's possible to even begin to shape out what the content sections of an operational plan might be, would begin to give you sort of what fits into which buckets. And I think that would be helpful, if not even between now and December, then soon thereafter. And you really have the operation plans, you've got the FMP, you have the temporal aspects, the duration of the FMP and how quickly it can be amended. You have yet to be defined process for adaptive management and sort of getting that squared away. What does that actually look like? You have the questions of operability. This has to work, and that relates to the financial analysis. You have to be able to both implement it from a research perspective as you're observing, but there's also real constraints on the financial side that need to be taken into consideration, that all of you are vested in ensuring that this works from a financial perspective as well. And then you have the role and responsibilities of the board of directors that are going to be responsible for reviewing and approving these plans, both FMP and 2-year operational plans come to them as well. So you have a number of dials to be able to work with, and I see that I think there's potential for you to work through this, but do so in the context of actually working on the FMP. So if it's okay, I'd say, if you're interested in continuing this conversation, I'm cognizant of the fact that we have a number of folks that are either not here, Mark and Keith, I see your hands raised. I want to give you a chance and anybody else on the Zoom meeting to weigh in from the advisory committee. And then I really want everybody to get 5 minutes. And then we're going to try to get Shannon the rest of your slides before 12:30. Super important. Tom and then Keith.
Okay, great. I'll be really brief. I think that we do have to find that sweet spot of specificity, but what we can do in that process, especially as we work with a smaller group and trying to say, okay, like the forest management, the research forest managers that we've met with earlier that were helping guide the process, they were pretty clear about don't get too into the weeds with the management plan. It has to, if it's too detailed, you'll lock yourself into things that you don't want to do, but you need we committed to a certain level of specificity at the same time. So we need to find that sweet spot. And as we get to that point where we're like, okay, this is too much detail, but this is detail that belongs in that first 2-year biennial plan, operational plan. We siphon that off, we put it right into that draft, a working draft. It's not necessarily a plan yet, especially at this stage, but it's a parking lot for that level of specificity. I think something like that could work. And the last thing I'll just mention really quickly is Katie alluded to this. What's really unique about this Elliott research forest compared to other examples of a failed adaptive management planning in especially federal operations is that the monitoring piece gets pitched out because it's expensive and ends up not informing the process the way this will. And we are establishing a monitoring plan, not just implementation monitoring, but the actual outcomes monitoring, and that we will, that level of detailed monitoring is going to make this really different than other plans that have ignored the monitoring or simply not conducted the monitoring.
Can I jump right on that real quick? The monitoring, that feedback loop, it only works if the process to make those decisions is compressed. And to Bob's point, that it would be a simple matter for the stakeholders group, this board, to make those recommendations, rather than making a recommendation that some political process you have to go through. Why don't you give them the ability to make that decision? And that's why I'm asking for. And
so let's continue the conversation. Yeah, Keith, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I'm sitting here with the odd place of agreeing with almost everything that's been said by everybody, which is routinely unique, or not routinely an occurrence with me. I want to say that I think Bob is, or excuse me, except Paul is exactly right. It's really the extensive portions of the forest and the non-harvested portions of the forest where the research is really going to be done here. Clear cuts and reserves are, we know what we're going to get out of those in terms of timber, right? So this is where I think the real interesting information will come. And this, I'm of course speaking as a layman. And I do absolutely agree that flexibility is really is paramount here. Paul just threw that out, having the board of directors, the management board have the capacity to make changes. Rather than going through the land board is an interesting element worthy of consideration. I will agree with Bob, however. I think if you have a management board that is unanimous or near unanimous in terms of recommending a change to the FMP, I think that done correctly, then the land board it would be difficult for the land board to say no to that, considering that there's a specific task, and that specific task given to the board is to oversee the forest. So in that regard, and I also think Katie and Shannon have been dead on. I think they believe that there is a adequate level of flexibility structured in. But I wrote all that down before Paul's last point about giving the management board some capacity to make changes, which I think is really worthy of consideration. So with that, I agree with everybody nearly.
Thanks, Keith. I think you may be nominated to help on this small group.
I'm not sure that's what I was trying to do, but thank you very much.
I said maybe. I give you an out.
Okay.
5 minutes. Just get a cup of coffee, take a little break, take a breather, and we'll come back. Shannon will wrap up the pieces that are already out there and then forecast for the next set. Thanks for your endurance, everybody. If you're on won't do that. All right, Shannon's gonna start talking and that's gonna kick us off. Thanks, Shannon.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Thank you for that conversation, and we've got some next steps to follow up on it, which we were just making some plans for. So thank you. That was one of the topics that we really wanted to dig into today. Okay. It's gonna work. Okay. So still sticking with the extensive silviculture topic for one more slide. This is an example from the 2022 forest inventory that it has been scheduled to be completed or anticipated to be completed this month. This shows an example of a young dense stand on the left next to an older stand where we can see examples of gaps, varying tree heights and diameters. So this is a snapshot of some of the data that we're now getting based on that 2021 LiDAR for the updated inventory. And one of the approaches that we've been talking about for the forest management plan is using this type of information from a landscape level to try to identify what some of our goals or targets might be for forest structure, using models to calculate attributes and sort of grow the forest forward and model what some of these management scenarios might look like. And I think the conversation that this group just had really has a lot of bearing on this, but wanted to share this as an example of some of the tools that are coming together to support those conversations, and also the level of detail and where that is most appropriate within these plans. Okay, another section that was shared was the CRW Conservation Research Watershed Restoration Experiment draft. There was an earlier draft shared with the Fmp working group, and feedback incorporated into this updated draft, which is still a work in progress. So this draft section outlines the scope for the restoration experiment for the plantations less than 65 years old as of 2020 in the CRW, including implications for the study design. It describes goals and objectives similar to the extensive silviculture section and the experimental design for CRW restoration. Because this is a specific experiment, it was one of the several key research experiments laid out in the research proposal. The structure for this section is a little bit different. It includes discussion of activities that would be included in restoration treatments, but also tries to leave that flexibility for having the where, when, how be based on current stand conditions and sub-watershed attributes, and with also within stand variation. It describes an approach for integrating natural disturbance into the experimental design. Because this is a one-time entry in the CRW, the team developing this wanted to take natural disturbance into account in designing how the treatments would happen. We can't know when or at what scale or what types of natural disturbance may impact a specific stand. We can look at past disturbance history, we can look at modeling and various scenarios. But one of the things that this group was trying to do was weave that uncertainty into the experimental design and plan for some type of disturbance, and think about how that would work with their treatments, since they're only going in for a one-time thinning in the first 20 years. There was an example of the early draft of the decision matrix that was also shared in a spreadsheet form. That is an example of a tool that we're developing to apply the decision-making criteria that's outlined in this draft experiment based on current data. So that spreadsheet was shared with this group. I've got a smaller example from that spreadsheet a little bit later on that we can talk about as well. There was also a draft section shared on the recreation and education framework, which provides an overview of prior public and tribal engagement and input, and really focuses on outlining the process for development of the independent but connected education and recreation plans that would need to be developed. And it uses the visitor use management framework as highlighting what process we anticipate that would happen through. We've talked about this before, but the idea is that it would be really important for the board of directors of the authority to be able to help guide and be a part of that process. And so that's what this section really aims to do in the forest management plan. We've gotten input from members of the FMP working group already, and we're working on incorporating some of those comments. And the next steps for this section are to expand and add detail to individually the recreation and education sections based on public input and feedback from this community committee. But the idea is to keep this piece within the forest management plan higher level so that it can connect to the more detailed plans that will need to be developed. There is also a section that is being developed for the forest management plan that describes what we know of the current recreation and public use. So we have sort of that as a baseline. So those are the sections that were shared specifically ahead of this meeting. We have also been working with teams on upcoming sections to be shared. And one is the Aquatic and Riparian chapter. There were some early sections released for the Fmp working group to give feedback on in July. And this is not, this is sort of an overview of what's being developed for that chapter. One, it outlines the riparian conservation strategy, which is based on a series of factors listed here, including land use allocations, analysis of wood recruitment processes, the stream network and RCA buffers. So those analyses have been completed. It also includes provisions for steep slopes and headwaters, a description of restoration thinning for plantations, stands less than 65 years old within the RCA. Descriptions of partnerships, including with local tribes and watershed associations and other stakeholders and community members, as well as tying directly to the HCP and the monitoring plan on roads. And in particular, the monitoring plan outlines monitoring that would be done to understand any impacts from roads on water quality. And then another piece of the road strategy is also going through and doing a full assessment of the road network with continued monitoring to understand where there are any areas that might be causing issues, and those would be addressed. So the steep slopes and restoration thinning and partnerships, as well as a specific restoration thinning experiment, are under development. There's also been some work done on the objectives and the guidance for recruitment of large woody debris, for the approach on floodplain connectivity in areas that are identified through that assessment and the monitoring framework as being areas that are in restoration. And then again, a direct connection to the monitoring framework for surveys and assessments of stream and riparian habitat, water quantity and quality. And some of these parts of the monitoring are regular surveys. Some of them are tied to the permanent plots that are part of the forest inventory, and others are continuous data collection with sensors and tied to the overall data management plan. So this is another section that has had a lot of work going into it. We'll be working on getting a draft out to this group shortly. And I just wanted to pause here because I know we've gotten some feedback from members of the Fmp working groups so far, but wanted to open it up to the group as well. Yeah, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, as I just reiterate the things that I mentioned earlier, I heard you mention some of them, but it's, I think one thing we're really interested in are potential areas, processes for road removal, decommissioning. Also, the HCP talks about culverts, I think there's 7 or 9. And it kind of says, well, they may have to be replaced over the 80 years. I think we're interested in whether there's opportunity to prioritize some of those, especially if they're highly problematic. And then, as I mentioned earlier, those seasonal streams as well. I'm trying to get more detail on that. It is wide open right now. Right now, you can really, under the terms of the HCP, cut right up to them. So I understand it's a research experiment, so you're probably going to try a variety of different things. So it'd be good to understand that piece in particular. I'm particularly interested there in the seep springs and pits, like those areas that have higher biological value in some cases.
Couple of questions. The reserve, the thinning and reserves, the one-time entry. We have some information on the finances. Financially, can you do it? I have real concerns about whether that thinning will pay its way out of the woods, or if it's going to be a cost item.
Hey, Bob, I apologize, just to clarify, are you speaking generally or specific to the riparian?
No, not the riparian.
I just made sure, yeah, I
The
want to make sure.
the Western Reserve, or whatever name we're giving it these days, that thing, to put it on the trajectory that you want to put it on, can you do it financially? Will it pay for itself? I've got real concerns about anytime you mention whether it will work. And then the other is not so much a question as a comment and a caution. You talked about incorporating input from stakeholders. And I think it's important that you incorporate agreements from stakeholders and not individual input from stakeholders. I think that's why we had some of the discussion, some of it I felt a little heated earlier, is input was incorporated that wasn't necessarily agreed to. It was individual concerns and comments that, and the reason is once you put it in the draft, it's there. It's hard to get it back out. So I really caution about putting stuff in that we really haven't come to an agreement on. Eventually we will come to an agreement, but it's already in there.
Thanks, Paul. Do you want to say anything to the thinning piece of that?
Well, maybe in the financial updates, we can do that, can be discussed at that time.
Perfect.
I do think there's one thing to say on the thinning of that, because we've been working on it recently with the services, and that is that the thinning prescriptions in the RCA's calls for no commercial sale of wood that's thin from the first 120 feet of the stream.
And now you're talking about the riparian.
Yes,
Yeah.
riparian.
Riparian.
It's not generally. So that's a piece of the thinning language that is there, and it's in the HCP at this point, and I assume in there it's relevant to you thinking about how thin it is.
Why no
It's to
commercial?
put the wood in stream.
Yeah, I had a question on that as well, because that was the riparian thinning, or the ability to thin riparian areas is something that's really appealing to me about the riparian strategy. And I had heard that, maybe it was talking to you or reading one of the HTTP drafts that, I guess Vince was wanting no commercial removal within 120 feet, and that's pretty troubling to me, because I would like for there to be lessons from thinning these areas that could be applied on private lands and industrial lands. But nobody's gonna do that if, you know, there's no ability to remove any value from those areas. And, you know, based on the modeling that Gordy and Lee Benda have been doing, you can remove commercial value from those areas and still achieve your target wood recruitment, or you know, achieve equal or greater than the wood recruitment you have under baseline unmanaged conditions. So I'm just curious, you know, what's the issue with NIMS? And is there any room for flexibility or to you know, put some pressure there so we can actually have some room to manage?
Well, I can't speak for them, but what I can say is this is the first HCP that they have considered allowing active management in the riparian areas, period, as opposed to a no-touch buffer. So, and they've done that on the predicate that it's a research forest, not HCP for the western, you know, forest or another HCP for something, some other purpose. So, as an agency, they've taken the position it's a very big step for them to be allowing manipulation in the buffer area, period. And there's been discussion that way, but the public comment period is coming up, so you'll see in the next month or so the proposed language from the agencies, and the public comment period is in, and it's still an open question if there's enough science and enough interest in having that discussed. We certainly haven't been actively, you know, fighting to keep that there. But we have been following the lead of the Fmp process, which I think it's been kind of incorporated into the thinking of the riparian prescription for a while. It's not something that's just come along in the last month or two.
Hey, Jeff.
Why would they care?
They're not here to answer that question, nor what's the deal with NIMS. Can't answer that one. So Keith, and then we'll move on to Shannon. Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Jeff, could you do the 30-second review? I caught some of what you were just laying out and enough to really intrigue me, but I didn't catch it all. So could you, not to repeat everything, but could you kind of synopsize that and and repeat?
Yes, quickly and loudly.
There are riparian conservation areas that have prescriptions for management that are separate from extensive or intensive or reserves, Keith. And those riparian areas are meant to be the buffers on fish-bearing streams and to a certain extent non-fish-bearing streams. On the fish-bearing stream, the current HCP is allowing manipulation in that buffer of stands younger than 65 years old, which is different than a normal no-touch riparian buffer that you're used to seeing. The buffer and the manipulations that are allowed distinguish what you can do with trees in the first 120 feet from the stream versus trees that you might be thinning to take place beyond that 120 feet. And the difference that we were just discussing was that there's a prohibition on commercial sale of thinned logs that come from the first 120 feet. And in large part, those manipulations are being done to grow trees to be larger, and so that there will be large debris going in the stream for habitat for salmon. And to a certain extent, some of the trees that might be held in those thinnings would be used for similar purposes, habitat inside and outside of the stream bed, but for species diversity and all the other purposes that you have downward in riparian areas.
Much appreciated. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. Shannon, you're up.
I guess before I move on, I know Dana's here. Dana, was there anything else you wanted to add on?
No, I think this covered it. We're in the process of trying to finalize all this text, and it's changed a lot since the version that people saw in July. So it's good to compromise, we did get around feedback from people and try to address those in the edits that we're putting into the draft. Yeah, and I think the water volume is another whole interesting, fairly substantial piece, but I think it has a lot of really important management and has important implications for value we get from forests. So for the conflict, that's going to involve a lot of years. It's going to be a huge time sink.
Lots of important information and research that's gonna happen as a result of this effort. Good. Okay, Colin and the Jim.
Just real quickly, you mentioned weirs. I was curious, are you gonna be doing continuous turbidity monitoring?
That we would like to. And we need to make grading curves between turbidity and sediment and things like that. But yeah, that's going to be a goal sort of. And at least it's going to be a small subset. There's everywhere, and we don't know where exactly. A lot of the specifics of what we're going to do, it sort of depends on what we learn over the next year when we actually go out and do a survey of the whole network. We just have to. Good. Onward.
So looking at another draft section that we've been working on getting ready to share is the marbled mirrorlet research experiment. So the draft that we'll be sharing provides an outline of research priorities for marbled mirrorlets on the Elliott, including monitoring mirrorlet occupancy over time and also monitoring response to silvicultural treatments. The draft identifies measurable indicators of mirrorlet productivity that will be used to measure both occupancy and treatment response, as well as measurable indicators that will be used to monitor changes in quantity and suitability of breeding areas over time. It also notes existing data gaps on the impacts of different forest management practices on mirrorlets. And make suggestions for additional future research avenues. So this is another section that there's been a group meeting over the course of the past couple of months that's had a lot of deep discussion into all of these pieces, but really looking at what we are able to measure and what some of the indicators are that we would be looking to measure for. So there's a new round of edits going into incorporating the most recent discussion, and we'll be sharing it out with that technical group and then sharing it with the full advisory committee for discussion and input. We touched on this a little bit before, but the adaptive management section. So this section, as it's outlined right now, describes both active and passive adaptive management processes, including making the connections with the HCP and the monitoring framework. It also does discuss some of the pitfalls historically of adaptive management, which this group has discussed earlier this morning, that often adaptive management strategies are put in place, and then it's really having the monitoring data and having the procedure to actually go back and make those changes and put it into practice so that it's not just a strategy. And so that description and then also creating connections between adaptive management strategy and the climate change strategy on the Elliott have been in development. This section is also looking to make those connections on important monitoring indicators with other parts of the forest management plan. And really the critical piece is describing the short-term and the long-term implementation. So what does the timeline and the time horizons look like for making decisions and the process that needs to be put in place so that this truly is a workable adaptive management strategy and not an adaptive management strategy in name. So that's what we're working on, and would really appreciate input from members of this advisory committee on that as well. So we'll be sharing drafts of that chapter. We are Just about at 12:30, this was my original break for discussion, but we've been having the discussion all the way through. So Peter, would you prefer to take a break here for lunch and try to do another quick section after we all eat?
I was thinking actually while we all.
Oh, while we all
Why
eat.
don't we take
Great.
15 minutes to allow people to get lunch. If you're on Zoom, take a break, grab your lunch. We're going to continue the meeting 15 minutes from now from your clock of reference. 15 minutes. We're gonna grab lunch and continue the meeting. All right. You'll thank me at 3:30, I promise.
My dad was in the Sea. World War II.
Okay.
Those landing strips in the ocean was like down in the South Pacific.
You ready?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I've got to get my rings
Hey Keith, can I get a sound check with you? I can see your name before.
I'm here.
All right, thanks. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started, okay? Yeah. All right, Shannon, go ahead.
Okay. So we're going to go through a second set of slides that really makes the connection between the sections of the FMP that we were just discussing as drafts and some of the stand level to landscape level analyses, data collection that are going into development of those sections, as well as the next phase of detail. So part of this process has been incorporating work from that triad early implementation group, and alluded to this earlier, but this is a visual of the 17 sub-watersheds that group identified.
Oh, I'm sorry. The slides aren't showing up on Zoom, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. We'll make sure these slides are showing on Zoom.
Okay.
I think this is gonna work. We've got it now.
Thank you for that heads up. Okay, so hopefully you can see this now. This is the map of those early implementation sub-watersheds.
Hey, Pauls. Sorry.
So the group looked at a range of criteria and determined that these were the potential sub-watersheds that represent spatial range of the forest to limit bias, and then also minimizing clumping of specific treatments. As I mentioned earlier, the group is reconvening to continue work on this. There are 17 right now. With the research proposal outline, we are focusing on getting down to 16 and then 4 controls in the CRW, and that the identification of those sub-watersheds would be done in tandem with the group looking at the CRW restoration experiment to make sure that all of this is aligning there. As I mentioned earlier, this information was used to develop the biodiversity pilot project this summer, as well as identifying sub-watersheds for the first round of stand level analysis and treatment reallocation. And so the next steps here are using updated forest inventory database and models to help look at priority stand level areas to focus on for the forest management plan in the planning level phase, based on current conditions, relative density, silvicultural priority, and operational considerations. The stand level allocation adjustments, this is just an example of one, but we shared a packet with this group and also had a discussion, a detailed discussion with the FMP working group at our August meeting about the approach that was used, the criteria and the process to bring in additional criteria beyond the stand age criteria that was originally used for these allocations. So I know we don't have time right now If there are questions about this, particularly from anyone who wasn't part of the FMP working group meeting or has follow-up questions, I'd be happy to talk through those. But this is that next step of making adjustments within a sub-watershed at the stand level to optimize placements of those treatments with additional criteria that includes looking at steep slopes and head walls, areas of sensitivity and concern from stakeholders, primarily around marbled mirrorlet and northern spotted owl habitat, looking at areas where we can decrease fragmentation and increase connectivity and reduce steep slopes in intensive treatments where possible, move towards extensive or reserve.
How are you defining steep slope?
So the screen that was used for this was 80% or greater to just kind of highlight the steepest of the steep slopes. This was all a visual analysis. So if we use 65%, a lot more of them light up. And so we looked at starting at the 65%, but then moved to that 80% to be able to visualize where the steepest slopes were.
But that is, just to be clear, that's around how the allocation adjustments were made, not necessarily reflective of sort of strategies around steep slopes.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So after that August FMP working group meeting, we're now in the next phase of applying the same process to the other sub-watersheds in the MRW, and then sharing that new set for continued discussion with the FMP working group. Yes.
Just a question on that. Is the stand selection that you had a couple slides ago that you're going down where you'll go first? The triad early implementation, right? Does that potentially fold into the conversation we were having earlier this morning about a parking lot where things could be moved for biennial operation plans? And is there any discussion mixed in about where it's easiest to operate in part of the criteria for the triad implementation?
I think that would be one of the things that would be highlighted in the decision matrix. So this looks at a sub-watershed level, having replicates of 4 of each of these treatments, and using those criteria that I mentioned before about limiting bias and minimizing clumping at that sub-watershed level. Then there's the stand level, which would take into account current stand conditions and other factors to understand where you would apply the treatments first. It also gets into experimental design, replicates, and controls. But then another piece of this is pre-treatment monitoring. So all of those kind of fit together, but that decision matrix would be a tool that could help identify at the stand level where treatments within this set of sub-watersheds would be the best potential place to start.
That's operability would fit in.
Yeah.
And you're going to go through an example of that here shortly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to the steep slopes. The cookies kicked in and I think I fell asleep. Are they not to be operated? Are they, I mean, to me, that would be an awesome question to ask is how do we operate on these steep slopes?
Yes, so for this, what we're talking about is not where you would operate within the stand or that sort of management strategy. That's another section. For this, the stand level allocation adjustments, we were just using this as a visual screen to understand where the steepest of the steep slopes were, and if there were any areas that we wanted to move out of intensive and into extensive or reserve, but there are still steep slopes in intensive. So there's steep slopes in intensive, extensive, and reserve. We were using it as a screen. For example, in this in this sub-watershed, there's an area that's highlighted in blue down in the southwest corner. That is a steep head wall that in a prior allocation had been an intensive, but for several reasons, the steepness of the slopes, connectivity between the CRW and the reserve network, and the opportunity to swap it with some areas that had been reserved but were less steep. That proposed switch was made. So it was a combination of multiple criteria, but this entire sub-watershed still has steep slopes in intensive, extensive, and reserve.
So in some ways, I thought of the adjustment exercise sort of as an optimization process to allow for operability and sort of connectivity, and sort of there's a variety of different criteria that were applied, and it made for a more coherent map. And with those, once those criteria have been applied, and steep slope was one of a number of the criteria.
Yes, so it was looking at 6 or 7 criteria all.
Go ahead.
And I would say in the materials you got, there is actually a kind of a before and after snapshot, and one of them is average steep slope for extensive, intensive, and reserve.
Yeah, I just wanted to ensure that we weren't, that we're not asking a question, that we're leaving some of that in there. To where
Oh, there's plenty.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
no
well,
shortage.
to me, the entire, that's why I asked the first question, the entire Elliott's a steep
Yeah,
slope.
that's right.
Yeah, thanks. Another direction, I would just note that, Forest Practices Act defines a steep slope as 60%,
Yes.
not 80, and 80 is pretty damn steep, so.
Yes. Yeah,
I
so
think
this
something,
is,
I wouldn't want that to become the definition of a steep slope for the purposes of the Elliott.
no, that's a really good point. This is not defining steep slopes from a management perspective. This is simply a visual for us to be able to see where are the steeper of the steep slopes as we're balancing all of these criteria. This is purely visual.
So thanks, Keith, and then we'll move on to the next topic. And we want to keep ticking through some of these things. So go ahead, Keith.
Okay, I'll make it quick. And Shannon, my apologies. This is purely for self-interest and a little bit wonky. All of Footlog Creek, at least if you drive up the road, right, Footlog Road is pretty damn steep. So it's a very narrow watershed. So my question is, where is the road in this image? And I'm just trying to get a lay of the land and see where we are.
Yeah, so unfortunately, my mouse doesn't show up, I don't think for you, but if you look at the western side of that sub-watershed, it's bordered by the CRW, which is in maroon. So if you look at the western side of sub-watershed 4 there, that's outlined in black.
2053 is pointing to the road.
Yes,
The line-
2533 is pointing to the road. That's the ridgeline road that runs along the boundary of that.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Good, onward.
Okay. So that's one level of analysis that has been ongoing. A second is looking at the 2021 LiDAR that was flown and developing an updated forest inventory. So as I mentioned earlier, we're anticipating completion of this forest inventory this month. There is a PhD student who's been hired to work with the database and analysis, provide statistical support, and work with technical groups and modeling teams with this data. And then also this summer, in addition to ongoing analysis that's been running for the past several months on this data from the aerial LiDAR, there's also been drone and handheld LiDAR scanning on a subset of biodiversity plots to get a finer grain detail of forest structure and bring together all of these different data sets on the forest. So there's a long list of variables that are going to be part of this 2022 forest inventory, including XYZ locations of individual trees, species, crown area, total height, nearest neighbor, relative density. So a lot of the variables that you may have seen in that draft decision matrix that'll really help us get to the next level of understanding what the current conditions are. This is information that is also going to be incorporated into the landscape models, Landis 2 and iLand. So those models have been in the process of being calibrated for the Elliott. And then this new data will be able to go into those models to run scenarios. So as I said, next steps are running the landscape models with updated forest inventory and using this information to assist in development of treatment scenarios, modeling forest growth for the forest management plan. And this is similar to an image we looked at earlier in the morning, but this is an example of the data that's coming out of this forest inventory. You can see a black point here on the tops of each tree that have been identified, as well as different tree heights. You get data on crown volume, as I said, relative density, distance to nearest neighbor. There's a long list of calculated variables that are also coming out of this inventory. Bogdan and his team have mapped 10.3 million trees as part of this inventory. That was the last count. And we've been working on ground truthing for accuracy. So we have the stand level treatment allocations and updated analysis. We have the LiDAR and updated forest inventory. And then another piece of the ongoing work has been the work of the field crews this summer. We've had a crew working on fire history on the Elliott and the surrounding landscape. They've developed fire histories at 14 sites and collected 261 fire scars from old growth stumps. They are currently cross-dating and preparing samples in the lab here on campus. And they'll be generating a report from this pilot study to help inform development of the FMP as far as a more detailed look at disturbance history on the Elliott and surrounding region. This is also contributing to development of stand level treatments, understanding both the disturbance history and the management history, getting a better understanding of that. As well as being able to, in the future, help inform modeling of disturbance on the Elliott and future research questions. So this was a pilot study with the timing that we had to work on the FMP, but based on these results from the very beginning, they outlined different directions that this research could ultimately go, depending on the results of this early study. So here are some photos of the field crew working on that study this summer. They were also working on collecting data on stand age history. So they collected establishment dates from old growth trees at 16 sites, collected tree cores, recorded forest structure and composition at each plot. And a main goal of this was also verifying stand ages and manage second growth to help us develop a greater understanding of past management history and help inform silvicultural treatments.
What's your definition of old growth?
That's a good question.
Don't answer it, just keep going.
I hate that term. I'm sorry. I just cringe every time I hear somebody use the term old growth because there is no definition.
And duly noted, and I don't think it was the intent of this. Older trees, read older trees.
Well, then write older trees.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough point. We'll make sure to do that next time.
Okay. And then finally, wanted to bring all of these pieces together with an example from the decision matrix that is being developed. So this is one example. It's a triad I example. You can see under the watershed assignment all the way on the left. So this is the tool that we've been working on to help support decision-making about management actions under the research design. This snapshot shows an example of 15 out of what are right now 64 attributes that we have in this matrix. But these examples really highlight how this data is coming together and then also timing. So the first set here that are highlighted in yellow are data that we already have from analysis during the research proposal phase, development of the HCP, and early work on the forest management plan. So, information to tie data to specific sub-watersheds and stands and treatment types. The next set here that are highlighted in yellow are from the 2021 LiDAR, so attributes like slope, information from the 2022 forest inventory, which is derived from the LiDAR. So the examples here are relative density in trees per acre. And then looking at stand level treatment allocations, which we just talked about. That process was also supported by LiDAR, so that that list of criteria beyond stand age that we were using to make adjustments also included tree height and other data from LiDAR. And then out here on the end, so you can see relative density trees per acre. These are from the forest inventory anticipated this month. As we go further out to the right, the key is anticipating in November 2022 to have target forest structures or priorities for these stands to help make some of the decisions that we were talking about this morning. And then the stand age and fire history. So that field work that was done this summer as part of the pilot study also feeding into those. And then an example of data that are from, again, the forest inventory, but also field work and looking further out on a time horizon might include a variable like horsewoody debris, which in the biodiversity pilot study this summer, that data was collected, and that's something that would be expanded over time to other areas of the forest in the research and monitoring.
Shannon, the November 2022 target, it's the 0 to 20-year target for structure. Would you just kind of tell me a little bit about what that means?
Yes, and Matt's in the back as well. This was something I think that you had talked about with your group as well, and it kind of gets to that landscape target conversation we were having earlier, I think.
Yeah, I think it also ties into what Colin mentioned earlier about trying to find a way to prioritize where we would do treatments in the early years of the study. So if we think about kind of how far individual stands are from the target structural conditions we want to see aggregated across the landscape, that's one of the metrics we could use to prioritize where we do those treatments in the
Where you're going, when?
Yeah.
Okay, that was kind of the base of my question. Thank you.
There was an earlier slide that showed a really dense stand of inventory picture of all the dots. And then right next to it, a more open grown stand. And so one of the ideas is to be able to use the inventory to develop some target structures that meet some desired conditions eventually that we would have. And then we'd say, okay, we're starting here at this dense stand, and we're trying to get to this other type of a forest, so how do we go from there to here?
And I was walking that back to the November 2022 date, and some of the correspondence I've seen go by around where are we going to be when, how will we know before December where we'll be when and when.
Yeah, that's what they're hopefully filling out this matrix will help us have a clear idea of where the data is, where the data gaps have been, and how they're going to.
And then the other thing you can see in this matrix is you can look at this from a bunch of different perspectives. You can look at it from a stand level, a sub-watershed, a treatment allocation. So you can look at really stand, sub-watershed, and landscape level.
So you said there's going to be 16 criteria on the spreadsheet. So
There are right now across the top, there are 15.
15.
The full template that we're working with right now has 64.
So it'll be 64 cells for each of the stands of the sub-watersheds.
That's the main template. And then for some of these, like the CRW restoration treatments would have a version of this that may not include all of those attributes. It may include attributes that are not applicable to the triad experiment. So there's an ability to tweak it based on what the need
I'm not
is.
trying to be difficult, I'm just trying to get my head around it.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to figure out where you're going to be able to, to predict where you're going to go when in November, you would have some sort of sorting capacity to sort those 64 cells on a sub-watershed basis and do a comparison. Some would drop out and say, these are the ones that meet most of the criteria we're looking for. Is that how you're envisioning the process between now and November?
Yes, and you wouldn't necessarily base the decision based on 64 attributes. That's a lot of things to try to consider at one time. If you look at the timeline, there are also some that really will come in the future.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And so it's having the ability to look at all these criteria, but then keying in on the ones that are important for your decision making.
And so I'm assuming this is a tool that the Fmp working group is going to use in their conversations in October and early November to kind of get to that when, where discussion.
Yes, and that's been the discussion with the different technical groups too.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, one more slide. So wanted to talk through a timeline, and I know we've got a little bit of time to talk about public engagement later this afternoon. But this is the timeline that we currently have. So you'll see today's meeting up at the top. The FMP working group and advisory committee meetings are in bold. So there is work being done to schedule another FMP working group meeting either at the end of this month or in early October. And then a second FMP working group meeting in late October. There is an advisory committee meeting already scheduled for November 15th. And then the December State Land Board meeting is on December 13th. So those are the dates that are highlighted in bold. In between, you'll see public listening sessions that align with the either advisory committee or FMP working group meetings. And so these are opportunities for public comment on the information and the drafts that are being shared with the advisory committee. So this is another opportunity, as Peter mentioned earlier, for members of the public and other stakeholders to comment and give input on working drafts. And there will be a draft released ahead of the November 15th advisory committee for input and more minor editing is what we're envisioning at this point before submission to the State Land Board ahead of that December meeting. And then after December, you can see continued work on analysis, development, continued opportunities for public engagement, and the final draft with that deadline before July 1st, 2023.
All right, did everybody catch that? You got the provisions early this morning. You know the key provisions, and now you know the dates too. All right. Any questions on this?
Yeah, can you go back to?
Are these slides going to be available after the lady posted on Box or something?
Yes, they're all public, so they'll be posted on DSL and
listed websites and.
Go ahead, Bob. Yeah, I mean, so I appreciate the timeline. I am concerned. I think there's a lot of work to do between here and the land board meeting. I'd hope we would have something closer to, you know, a semi-final draft today. So I think what we were really anticipating, we'd really have the whole thing kind of put together, and we'd be fine tuning now, and instead we're gonna be going right up to the land board date, and that's a lot of work to get done, and it's on the timeline to date doesn't give me confidence that we're gonna be able to accelerate it and do what we need to do. So a couple of things, you know, one, I think it's really important that whatever's released on November 29th be the last version before the land board. The last time I went to the land board, I think we had 3 or 4 versions released between the first for the public, and it caused absolute chaos. And the amount of work we had to do to try and figure out multiple floating drafts where the edits weren't cleared were really was brutal. So I think whatever goes out on November 29th has to be it. You know, to reiterate what I said earlier, I think it's really gonna, the sooner we get it into a format online where people can really see, and they can also see what's not in there, so that, you know, there's placeholders for chapters that aren't in place. So the public can see what is and is not included, but what they can expect in the future over the following 6 months. I would add that I think the shift we talked about earlier this morning when Vicki was on the phone is also important to give the community confidence that we're going to get to the end game by middle of next year as well, and making sure that there's a really smooth transition from the advisory committee to a board. I've been thinking about the executive director hire as well and starting to get those structures in place. I feel like we continue to kind of miss our deadlines, and the materials we have are really kind of spotty. I mean, some of them are close and some of them are way away, and some of them are basically still outlined. And as we already found today, we have different drafts apparently that we're looking at right now from one another. That really can't go on. And I think it does 2 things. One, it makes it really hard for stakeholders, whether they're here or the community at large, to really track this process and feel involved. And 2, I think it continues to undermine confidence that, you know, this can really be managed as a public forest in the way that the community expects it to be, with the kind of facilitation of public input that needs to occur. It just, I know, speaking with a pretty large constituency out there, it's a really hard thing for people to follow the way it's going, and I don't think it meets people's expectations of what a public process really looks like. So I think we've got to get that in order, and I think there's limited scope left in terms of public patience. Just because I know it's a ton of work, but the FMP has been one of those things that's been pushed off and pushed off and pushed off, and we've missed deadline after deadline, and told the public, well, you know, we'll get it in the next round, we'll get it in 6 months, we'll get it in 8 months. We're up against the wall now as we come into our January, November, December. There's no more scope left for us to miss deadlines anymore. So I just want to put that out there, because it feels like we should be a lot further along than we are right now. And I know you're doing everything you can to make that happen. I appreciate the work that's being done, but I just feel like we no longer have second chances at this point.
Lots of work to do. Lots of work done.
I appreciate the sentiment, Tom, and you know, we're absolutely focused on those deadlines, and as you know, the process got a late start, so it wasn't on track from the outset. We had a late start in terms of when we actually had funding and when we had the full green light to go ahead, and of course we had shifts in the approach that took place as late as last summer. in terms of the, overall approach, moving to the state authority, ultimately agency, from the original concept. And so, as you know, it's been a bit of a moving target. And, but I'll also remind us that, that we were under the same sort of circumstance before with the research plan and being, short timeline to get it done, and we did get it done. I know that last moment, like you said, there was this sort of a disturbance in the forest that led to us having multiple versions coming at the last minute, and that had to do with an internal issue within the university, and one that we weren't prepared for. So it did kind of set us off, and that's why we've got it backed up to we're intending to have those draft sections done well more than a month in advance to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I'm confident we're going to make the deadline. It's like a research project in that there's all this process that goes into getting the research, the data collected, and first the concept put into a form that makes sense, then the data collected, and then the writing takes place. And that's where we're getting to the point where the really push with the data in hand, in other words, the inventory data that we've been waiting on being completed, is now just hitting that completion point. And the writing, the rate at which sections are being completed will accelerate greatly at this point. So I'm confident we'll make that deadline, and of course we've got the remaining 6 months afterwards roughly to complete the management plan. And I couldn't agree with you more about having a smooth transition from the stakeholder advisory committee to a board that can help continue that advising process, so there's no time gap in between. So I totally get it, and I agree wholly, and will support that effort to get that done, as well as the executive director input. So anyhow, appreciate the input, and we're pushing as far as we can.
I appreciate that, Tom. I think the thing to keep in mind too is that the HCP is going to be released for public review as well. So for your people, the folks that are really tracking this, are going to be hit double at the same time.
Yeah, right.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Shannon, and the whole team for putting all of that together and making the presentation, all of the input, much appreciated. All right, you get a little mini break as we transition. Jeff, I think you're coming up on the appraisal update.
I am. Do I do it from here or
You don't have to do it from up there, but if you do it from here, you need to project.
You know, hold on.
The camera's in the back of the room, so it
I
might
can
go
go
up here.
That's.
You can sit up.
Yeah, you're at
You're comfortable there.
OSBA.
Real quick, I want to pile on with what you said. Consistency of communication is critical, to where everybody's getting the same information at the same time. We could argue for hours and then find out that we're working on the two different documents.
Yeah, one piece of that is we have our communications director depart, and so go to a different unit, and so we're sort of scrambling to get the communications back on track of it, and I think we have it under control. No, not yet. We're getting it under control. We're trying to hire a new director of marketing and communications. Some programs in place to keep it.
I just say,
Make
I
sure
mean, I
it's-
think one is, the team is working hard and as quick as they can, but one thing is in these chapters is as they go to the next chapter, there's things that are discovered or found that then affect chapters already done, right? So there's some interplay back to those things where you're having to make adjustments. Front version.
It's not uncommon. It is the request for consistent communication and a clear sort of tracking of iterations is a fair one. And it's also a massive undertaking, right? You're dealing with hundreds of pages of documents and chapters that are, as Paul, you're saying, one chapter affects the other. And so maybe you gotta get one, circle back, and you forgot another one. So this is an iterative process. So I think the team it has heard the feedback, the desire, the request, and the need for consistency and a unified mechanism for tracking the feedback and for people to be able to access information. And it's going to require patience because it is an iterative process, and I think you all know that.
When you find those places that you have to circle back, it's better to just point that out to us.
It's okay.
You need to hit the share screen and Zoom. Come on, Jeff, you know how to use it. There you go. Well, that's your desktop.
I think we got it.
There we go.
There you go.
So this is a little bit off of agenda, but I'm not going to go through this slide in detail, but I wanted you all to know that this will be available to you after the meeting. It's just a rough calendar of different work streams that are happening. The only one I want to talk a little bit about just for a minute is the HCP before I talk about the appraisal. We're submitting track changes in response to all of the federal agency comments on the HCP in the next 2 weeks. Meeting with some of the advisory committee members, and I think some folks that have expressed interest in talking through some languaging that they still would like to see between now and then. And if any of you advisory committee members want to have a more detailed conversation on where we are on the HCP and language or provisions, just make sure you reach out. And I think Colin's done that and Bob has done that, but it's available. That kind of conversation is available to the rest of you. The incidental take permit application and the draft HCP and the NEPA documents, the whole EIS alternatives analysis, everything is going to be in for internal review at the services by the 10th of October. And that goes to Washington, DC, and it goes through a whole approval process with the target being for public notice and of public opportunity to comment, and the whole federal public participation process beginning on the 18th of November. So we're expecting, if everything goes according to the schedule, and I don't see any reason why it won't, that the public notice and comment period on the HCP for the Elliott and all of the NEPA documents and the draft incidental take permit will begin on November 18th. That'll be noticed by Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service, but DSL will also post it on its website, and we'll be putting out a blast to those of you that are on our email list that saying you care about the Elliott so that you know it's happening and you don't have to track a whole separate process. And the draft HCP, we will, while the federal government's going through their review and process and all that, we will post the draft HCP that we think is going to appear in the federal process on our own website in October, so that it'll be available before the public comment period starts on the federal process. So if there are questions about that, just reach out to anybody at DSL, and we're happy to talk more about it. The rest of this we'll talk about in bits and pieces for the remainder of the meeting. I think what I'm supposed to talk about right now.
Just before you get to the next topic.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you were planning to cover later in the meeting on the HCP that you wanted to touch on now?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
I think we're good unless you have questions on the HCP, and this is a good time to ask.
If we read it and we have no concern over the way it is and a section of it now, and you incorporate comments to change it, it would be good to know what those were.
Okay. I understand the point, and it's a good one you've made earlier in the day too, so understood. We're at the point where we're tinkering with language right now. And the document that is going into the agencies will be deemed by both of the agencies as meeting the legal sufficiency bar to be acceptable to go into begin the public review process. There will be language changes that will happen as part of that review process. Because there are still language clarity things and things like that the federal agencies want to see, but are not going to be included in time for the public comment period. So there's going to be a lot of adjustments and language changes and things like that that'll happen between now and next spring. I don't want you to think we're locked in.
Just remember, Bob and I debated for hours the meaning of the K word or the inclusion of the K word.
I remember. Okay, so actually, I remember a number of instances where that might have been the case. So let's talk about the appraisal for a minute, because that's an important piece that we want to have time to spend. The starting point for this conversation, I think, is to be clear that the entirety of the $120 million that was appropriated by the legislature in the last legislative session has been deposited in the Common School Fund already. And that, on top of the $100 million that was deposited prior, has brought the total appropriation level and payments to the Common School Fund to $221 million as of this summer. So that's the starting point for the conversation, and that amount reflects the valuation of the forest as of the 2016 appraisal. That's been the working assumption for this Elliott process since we began, and it remains in place, even though the numbers that I'm about to give you of the updated appraisal are less than 221 million. So I don't want to bury the lead on the story. I'm going to tell you the numbers, and then I'll talk you through a little bit about what the current appraisal is released. But we did two valuations in this appraisal. One came in at $99.8 million on the appraised value for the forest, and the other came in at $180 million as the appraised value for the forest. So now some detail. We knew that the appraisal had to be updated from 2016 because of the passage of time and because there were different management considerations that are in place today that were not present in 2016 that we all felt might affect the valuation of the forest. So we started the process and hired Mason Bruce Gerard earlier this year. Those constraints included the Supreme Court decision that effectively precluded private sale to a private entity, and also some clarification that came from the Endangered Species Act litigation over the Elliott, and a conclusion by the land board and the department that it really wasn't going to be practicable to harvest timber on the Elliott without and being able to comply with the Federal Endangered Species Act without having a habitat conservation plan in place. And so the direction was given to pursue and secure an HCP. to provide the certainty in that regulatory environment going forward. That was all done after the 2016 appraisal was done. While the HCP sets the limits on the harvest in order to protect species, it also creates regulatory certainty about what you can and can't do on the forest. And that was real clarity that the land board asked the department to achieve with the Elliott. So we contracted with Mason Bruce Gerard to reappraise the Elliott. This time though, we also asked them to give us a valuation that included the additional 787 acres of common school fund lands that is the East Hackey Ridge parcel. That was not included in the 2016 appraisal because it had been sold prior to that appraisal being done. It was that East Hackey Ridge parcel that was the subject of the Supreme Court decision, the sale of which was then rescinded, and the parcel back in the common school fund. So this time the appraisal includes a total of about 83,000, I think 348 acres. So the Elliott that we've been talking about, plus a new parcel called East Hackey Ridge. I have a map up that I'll show you in a few minutes.
83,000?
348 acres is the Elliott plus East Hackey.
The Elliott with the addition.
Okay.
So it was 82.
And just, what was the second appraisal number? You had the 98 million,
180 million.
180.
So two things that are different about this appraisal from 2016. First, this appraisal, because of the lawsuit, the appraisal is not a fair market valuation methodology. The methodology that was used is called the intended use methodology. And that's based on the revenue that is intended by the way the landowner intends to manage the forest going forward. And so there's a significant difference just in the way the appraisal is conducted based on the methodology used. And because of the Cascadia decision, the determination was made that a fair market valuation wasn't the appropriate methodology for this appraisal. Matt DeVore is here from the Department of Justice. If you've got questions on the implications of the Cascadia decision on the appraisal, to the extent we can answer them today, he'll be happy to help with that, or you can talk to us individually later on. The second big change or difference from this appraisal back to 2016 was the HCP requirements to protect the listed species under the Endangered Species Act. So when you account for those things, they were the primary, those two things were the primary driver in the change of value, according to Mason Bruce Gerard. So
And Jeff, just to confirm, you don't have more slides we should be tracking right now?
No, I'm gonna show you a slide in a minute. And actually I'll put it up right now. So what we did in the context of knowing that we had an HCP that was going on was we decided that we really wanted two valuations. One with the HCP that we are seeking to have a permit issued from, and that's valuation number one. Same modeling and the same data as the 2016 appraisal, growing the stands forward from 2016 to account for the growth that's happened in 2022, utilizing the methodology I just described, and incorporating the protections and the HCP that we are asking for. That resulted in the $99.8 million valuation. We also had Mason Bruce Gerard do a second valuation, same as the first, except we picked up an alternative that is being inserted by Fish and Wildlife Service into the NEPA analysis, the environmental impact statement, looks at the proposed alternative, a no action alternative, a more conservation-oriented alternative, and a more harvest-oriented alternative, all of which can accomplish the intended use of a research forest. That's the process that Fish and Wildlife Service has gone through. So we picked up their alternative that looked at a more aggressive harvest regime as being a possibility to support the research forest and comply with the Endangered Species Act. And we had Mason Bruce Gerard give us an appraised value on that hypothetical HCP. That resulted, that hypothetical HCP of a more aggressive harvest was the $180 million. that I mentioned a minute ago. I put a table up that, I don't know why, I guess we're blocking out some stuff. I'm wondering if maybe we can adjust that since it's blocking out, so that you can compare the allocation of acres to the different treatments between the HCP we're proposing and the alternative that resulted in the higher valuation. That's the piece that's, perfect, thank you. And you can see there's a bit of difference in the acres. We kept the prescriptions of what's intensive and what's extensive the same. And we took out the Fish and Wildlife Services more alternative 4 under the EIS assumes there are no reserves except to protect listed species habitat. And that if it was under 65 years old, it would be managed as intensive. And if it was over 65, but not in an area that was mirrorlet, owl, or salmon, that it would be managed under the extensive prescriptions that are part of the research proposal. And those are the acres and the way the acres fell out for that alternative scenario. And Mason Bruce Gerard took those and did the same methodology for arriving at the $180 million valuation. I think that I'm going to stop there, except to see if Matt wants to, if there's anything you want to weigh in on, Matt. And then after Matt's got a chance, we have, I think you already said Richard Donovan is here from the School Board Association. We have spent time with the beneficiaries going through the results of the appraisal. And so they were up to speed on this as of a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. And I think Matt might want to say something to the advisory committee too, before we get into questions and answers.
So let's go Matt, and then Richard will go you, and then come to you, and then we'll see if there are any questions. Matt? And you'll have to probably project it.
Very, okay.
We've got drop downs around, so.
Okay. And Jeff, I think there were probably 2 points that you wanted me to look at. One was the Cascadia, and then the other was just some of the benefits of the HCP.
I think mainly the Cascadia.
Mainly Cascadia, okay. Well, yeah, I think you hit on it, and I'm happy to talk about it more, but the Cascadia court opinion came down and said that the land board is obligated to follow the ORS 530.450 statute that prohibits the disposition of the Elliott, except in certain situations for an exchange. That really, as the appraisal looked at it, amounted to a statement that we can't sell the Elliott State Forest. It can't go into the private market. So that is what led to the best investment value approach. And as far as how that impacts the appraisal, I think that there's one line in the appraisal that I wanted to quote from the executive summary. It says the use of the investment value rather than market value, however, did not have an impact on the value opinion because we use a discount rate equivalent to the current market discount rate. So even though that is a significant shift from the prior appraisal, the different methods, according to this appraisal, did not change the value or didn't impact the value. But it was one of the new conditions that had to be taken into account for this updated appraisal.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's also in the appraisal, and we're going to post the appraisal on all of the appraisal documents will be posted on the DSL website today, and we will send it to everybody on the advisory committee directly. But the revenue stream that could be derived if it was a privately owned forest was significantly different than the revenue stream that could be derived as a publicly owned forest. Just one example is no sale of raw logs in the current existing market had a huge impact on valuation. So it was the fallout from the lack of private sale, not necessarily the intended use versus the fair market value methodology that drove the change. I think that before Richard comes on, I just want to say one thing in case I wasn't clear at the beginning. The $221 million that has been deposited in the Common School Fund account is staying in that account. The difference in valuation, the lower valuation, whether you use 99.8 or $180 million, is not going to affect the deposit into the Common School Fund of $221 million. That's been made, and the commitment's been made to have that stay in place to be part of the reserve fund for K through 12 beneficiaries.
Thanks. Can you stop sharing? And Richard, I see that you're on camera, but we can't see you yet. There we are. Now we got you up in the room.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm Richard Donovan. I'm the interim legislative director for OSBA. So thank you everybody for having me here. So I don't have a whole lot to say other than to express gratitude for being part of this process. OSBA has been part of the process for 5 years that got us to this point, and general support for kind of proceeding forward in this fashion. Like Jeff said, the $221 million has been allocated. It ties off a kind of complicated funding source for public education. And I know that we're talking about new valuations and the Hackey Ridge and other kind of parts of the forest itself, but we're very happy to have this be something that is a policy discussion that is outside of the K-12 funding arena. And we think going forward, it's just, we're very positive about it. So I don't know if there's any questions I could answer or anything that folks would like me to talk about, but other than expressing support and a thankfulness to be proceeding forward, I don't have much more to say.
Thanks, Richard. Any questions or comments from the advisory committee?
I have a comment. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up. This Elliott is supposed to be research. It's supposed to be teaching us, informing us about forest policy. And we've seen an appraisal. I had heartburn with the $200 million because the Elliott is worth, in private hands, is worth a hell of a lot more than that. So we have $220 million, and we've done all of our stuff here, and we get down to 98. And I just want to remind folks that all these restrictions and reserves, lawsuits, and safety nets, they cost some money. And this whole time, and I've been harping this whole time on the financing. We haven't talked about the financing yet, whether or not they're going to work. But that's been my concern, is that we are going to do all these other things, prioritize all these other things, and it still won't pay for itself because of that. So these things have costs, real world costs. That's a big difference. $88 million from 220.
Thanks, Paul. Tom?
You know, I really want to see this work. I want to see the Elliott managed with more of a conservation focus, more emphasis on holistic forestry, rather than just trying to maximize revenues. But that there's a cost to doing that, and I don't want our school kids to have to pick up that bill. And it seemed like we were all in agreement on that issue, and the messaging we've had from the state all along is that the school fund is going to be made whole. But that is not the case. 221 million might seem like a big number, but for someone who practices forestry and is familiar with land prices and the value of a piece of property like the Elliott, it's probably about half of what it's worth, if even that. And you know, I also had issue with the 220 million. That was not a real appraisal. The sideboards on that appraisal were so strict that you know, it would be you know, this idea of intended use appraisal was very similar to what the first appraisal was, where the state was saying We're not going to have any management in the older forests, so we're not going to appraise any value on that forest type. It would be kind of like if I was looking to buy a house from someone, and I said, I'll buy your house at the appraised value. I'm gonna hire the appraiser and I'm gonna give them the appraisal instructions. And then I went to the appraiser and I said, this is a 6-bedroom, 3-bath house. I'm only gonna use one of the bedrooms and one of the baths, so appraise it as a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. I feel like that's what's happening here, and it's really makes me feel sick, the amount of value that the school fund is not getting reimbursed. And I feel like I need to speak up because nobody's really advocating for the beneficiaries. And I'm sorry, the School Board Association, I'm sure you have good intents, but the School Board Association is not the beneficiary of this common school fund. It's the kids. I have a kid in the public school system. The tribe has a lot of tribal youth in the public school system. This is a lot of money that we're leaving on the table. And, you know, I want to see this work, but it makes me absolutely sick, the amount of money that is not going to be realized by the kids because of this appraisal process. And I would ask the state to just do the right thing and do an honest, real appraisal of the full value of the Elliott. The way you're appraising it, you know, the first appraisal in 2016, these 2 most recent appraisals, I understand that there's restrictions placed on management by the ESA, but you're appraising it with restrictions that go way beyond what is required by the ESA, way beyond. Even in the most, what you described as the more aggressive approach, you're assuming absolutely no harvest in anything that's mapped as habitat, which is not at all consistent with the ESA, and you're assuming greatly reduced harvest on acres that are not habitat at all. And it's just, you know, it seems like you decided what you're willing to pay the common school fund, and you're adjusting the appraisal process accordingly.
Thanks, Tom. Bob, and then we'll see if anybody wants to respond to that as well. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, a
Speak up.
a question for you, Jeff. I mean, and one, I'm just curious why we do the more aggressive option as well. If you're gonna do the more conservative or the more aggressive harvest regime, why not also do the more conservation oriented ones? So you have 3 put side by side. But before you answer that, I mean, no, I mean, from my perspective, I do see this differently. I mean, to some degree, the Elliott has restrictions on it. They're gonna have to be dealt with. The Elliott has not generated a whole lot of money because it's all noted it's been tied up in litigation. There's been perpetual uncertainty. The appraisals move around depending on the economy and other things as well. And so you can make different cases at different times. Based on the appraisals we've done, the school board actually is getting either 40 or $120 million more than appraised value for this forest right now. And we could manipulate the numbers in different ways for sure. But I look at this and I think, well, the school board's walking away with $220 million. They can invest and get more money off of it than they're ever going to get off the Elliott. They're walking away with certainty and they're satisfied. We've sat here for 4 years and tried to work through to something that is different than what we've done before, and in theory got there. I view these numbers with heartburn as well, but for the opposite reasons that you do. But I feel like at this point, it's time to move on. You know, the school board knew it was going to get 221 no matter what. It was, you know, it's one of those things where you could not agree to that, and you could lose or you could win. In this case, they would have lost badly. In your scenario, they might have done better. But you know, again, I think it's just time to settle these things out. And $220 million is a lot of money. I can reconcile it in my universe because it's going to the school board. It seems like a bit of an overpayment, but it's going to schools, and you know, if we're okay with the schools, I'm good with that. So I don't know. I just think at some point we've got to move beyond the current paradigm and get into a new era, which is where we're at.
So, yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to make sure, I know, Paul, you want to get back in. I wanted to give Richard a chance to say something, and then we'll come back to you, and
I
then.
just don't want to lose my question to Jeff, though. Why not do the
Oh, why not do the conservation, the trifecta?
I don't have a good answer for you, Bob. We didn't really consider doing that because we were looking at the pathway we were on and comparing that to whether we were more conservation oriented than a potential pathway under the Endangered Species Act that would increase value. We didn't stop to think about whether it would have been helpful to have had a decreased valuation based on more conservation. I don't have a better answer than that.
Okay.
So Richard and then Paul, and then I'm gonna try to wrap on this piece again.
Sure. Thanks again. This is Richard Donovan from OSBA. Just a quick, there's been a couple of things said, just a quick clarification. OSBA is here as a representative of kind of public schools and public school interests, but we do not get the money. The money goes to the Common School Fund. And I think the discussion at the table illustrates why we're happy to have this process move forward. This is a policy debate that's been going on for decades, and there have been multiple evaluations over time. And every year that this delays is a year that decreases value and funding from the education sector. And so I think public schools is happy to just have this be a debate that we're not a part of, and to proceed forward and take our funding for the Common School Fund and let this become an educational state resource in a different fashion. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. Paul, did you still say?
There's no desire on my part to change what's been done. But I think it wouldn't be responsible to not point out what the faults of what we've done. The truth of the matter is not only I think that the kids are getting less money than what they should be getting. They're also going to get the bill. This money is borrowed, and those kids won't be me. I'll be long gone. They'll still be paying off the debt. But there's no intent to change what we've done. But I think we should continue to talk about how it was done. We needed legislation to do this. We could have gotten legislation to sell it.
Yeah, I'm just curious with regard to the appraisal, given our conversations around startup funds and carbon, was carbon included in because that's come up in public comment previously as well about the value of the forest and the carbon, the potential for carbon as a revenue stream.
Yeah, carbon was not included in the appraised value. It was discussed in the appraisers. I'd have to defer to Mason Brewster to explain why, but they are not in appraisals for forest lands today, including carbon in the valuation, public or private.
Great, thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Richard, thanks for joining us. You're welcome to stay. We won't feel slighted if you decide to move on to your next task either. So
Thanks, everyone.
thanks. Jeff, anything, East Hackey, anything else? I mean, it's been touched on a number of times throughout the day. Anything you want to mention on it yet? I think.
Yeah, just briefly.
You have gotten to work.
So East Hackey, we just want to give you a quick update on it, and not realizing that not everybody has really thought through how East Hackey fits into the picture, but we have gotten, I'll let you do it again. We have gotten direction from Land Board that as part of a decoupling vote, they would like to wrap East Hackey into the equation for a decoupling consideration in December. So that's the pathway we're on. This is a map of the Elliott. And if you see the pink parcel that's toward the top, that is East Hackey Ridge, 788 acre parcel. And these are some of the site characteristics.
So it's, yeah, it's the
The
pink
blue
parcel.
below it is private, correct?
The blue lands that you see on this are ODF lands. And somehow the, I'll adjust this map and make sure that the table at the bottom is covering up a bunch of blue lands, which are also at the bottom of the map that are also ODF lands, because those are important to the conversation. This is the East Hackey Ridge parcel divided out in ways that you're used to seeing. The green is less than, or stands less than 65 acres. The red are over. And if you overlay Mirrorlet habitat in the crosshatch, that's where the occupied or modeled potential Mirrorlet habitat is on East Hackey. And then you can see an owl circle extending up into the home range of northern spotted owl habitat protections. So at the end of the day, there's portions of the East Hackey that are that fit within the intensive, a very small portion of East Hackey that fits within the extensive outside of designated habitat. And in spite of the fact that we're going to head toward decoupling of the East Hackey parcel along with the Elliott in December, we're going to spend the next couple of months talking with those of you around this table about whether there's a consensus approach for handling East Hackey. I think the land board assistants have asked the department to work with you to see if there's a pathway forward on addressing the future management of East Hackey Ridge parcel, so that there's consensus around the approach for that and that it fits in the context of a collaborative agreement. And so that's what we're going to keep working on in September and October, and see how that folds into the decoupling vote for the land board in December. But we are separating the act of decoupling it from the common school fund from the future management and an absolute decision on what the future management will be. But it does fold within the appraised value so that option's there.
And Jeff, just a quick point of clarification, and then Melissa, I know you have a comment. You had said sort of intensive and extensive, but just to be clear, that there's no decision about what the approach would be for East Hackey going forward, which you just said, but I wanted, since you used the terms.
That's a good clarification. Yeah, we did just model it so that you could see what it looks like. I think I've heard directly, I think Shannon and I have had a few conversations about this. The East Hackey Ridge parcel doesn't meet some of the criteria for being included in the triad experiment. So it's not something that would be folded in as an eligible watershed for the triad. If it were to fold into the Elliott, it would be treated like a partial watershed, and therefore there's a lot of discretion for coming up with a collaborative way to say, this is how we think we should manage these 748 acres.
Thanks. Melissa?
So just so I understand, there's two possible futures for East Hackey. One is that it could continue to be managed by ODF, or the other is that it could be folded into the Elliott for management.
It is, if it's taken out of the common school fund, it's up to the department on the future of the management and the land board. So the land board could decide to have it be managed by a third-party entity, ODF, or it could decide that DSL would manage it, or it could be folded into the Elliott State Research Forest and managed according to terms based on that. And we just haven't worked through what that might be, but we know we would prefer it to be a decision that's made by all of you that have been involved in this process.
And if ODF managed it, it would probably be out of the Western Maine district.
It's a good question. So,
I mean, that's who's managing the parcels that Coos County has in Elliott, the Forest Trust. So
yes, right. And we have made sure, both ODF and DSL made sure that it is in the planning area for both HCPs. So this parcel can jump into either of the habitat conservation plans, ODFs or the Elliott.
Can you remind me, Jeff, if there are any other common school lands outside of the Elliott that are still?
I can't.
You can't?
I can't remind you because I don't know the answer in a positive way. And I will see if Malia knows the answer in a positive way, or if we just want to defer that and answer it later. Okay.
No, I mean, anywhere.
Anywhere, common school fund forest lands, what acres and locations, we can do that for you. And I'll repeat what Malia said for those that are on. I think I agree with Malia. I think there are some, it's a very small number of acres, but I believe that there are some other common school fund forest lands that are not immediately adjacent to or in the Elliott.
Any other comments or questions on East Tacky? All right. You folks need 5 minutes, or can you take break? All right, 5-minute break, and then we're gonna talk to the last section of updates.
Awesome.
You just have to commit to,
It's hard for people to know without the mic.
I think I can.
Get her the mic.
here, we can get you a handheld.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just tell Jenna that we're getting started.
Oh, she got it.
I have it.
Oh, you.
Are we, Molly, you got the audio?
Yep.
Yeah, we're ready, right, Molly?
Yeah.
We're good.
So, I mean, kind of kick off the update section here from DSL. I was asked a little short, just, a little while ago to put together for a different department, who has not worked on this as closely as some of us have here. What are the sunset provisions you keep talking about? Can you show me the timeline? So I put a document like this together. I thought it actually would end up being pretty helpful for the advisory committee. I believe something very similar to this, just like with the Outlook Pretty Pictures, was also sent to advisory committee members recently. So this is just, it's a 2-page snapshot, and it's a helpful review. I think sometimes it's pretty surprising how deeply we get into the details of legislation. And then once it passes and a little while goes by, we start to forget some of those details. So this is a summary of the sunset provisions that were passed in Senate Bill 1546. So as a reminder, the legislation will sunset on January 1 of 23, unless the following events occur.
24. Oh, wait.
No, the legislation
Yeah,
sunsets on 23,
You're right.
so we have until next summer, the end of June next summer, to complete these 6 pieces. There's a small text note at the bottom. I think most of the folks in this room understand and realize that, we have that sunset date of July 1, 23. Other than that, there's no specificity, or they don't have to be done in a certain order, etc. Just these 6 pieces have to be completed by July 1 of 23. Otherwise, the authority, does not take effect, etc. in January 24. So, Molly, if you would just skip forward to the next one. So the next page is sort of like, this is the status update. This is where we are on each of these 6 pieces. As Vicki talked about in her welcoming remarks, $100 million was put into the Common School Fund back in 2019. And I believe it was April of this year, was it April? Sometime in the spring of 22, the Common School Fund did receive the additional $121 million that was appropriated in 22. Fully satisfying the Common School Fund obligation of the $221 million valuation of the forest for the 2016 appraisal, so that is completed. So the financial obligation piece is marked as complete. Jack updated us just a few minutes ago about the progress on HCP, so that is a work in progress and is currently on schedule. Land board approving a forest management plan. We've all talked about that at great length today, and so that is also a work in progress. We do anticipate having the forest management plan go in front of the land board in December. DSL is still in the process of reviewing via a third-party contractor the financial plan. Again, that's a work in progress. And do anticipate a final review decision for the October land board meeting. The OSU Board of Trustees authorizes the university, that is pending. I think right now we're looking at early 23 for that. And then the last piece is the land board vote to decouple. With the financial obligation set, we are planning for the land board action to happen at the December meeting, 2022. And then the other thing that you'll see on there, this was not one of this has to happen unless it's just a standard part of legislation like this, so there is a requirement
for a report to go back to the legislative committee, by next September. So. Jeff, do you wanna add anything or?
Yeah,
jump in there?
the financial plan piece, is a little bit behind, and so we
Well,
may,
that's right, there
we
was
may
that.
make the October
Okay.
regular meeting, but we may not, we'll talk about
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's the next agenda topic, so we can clarify that. Keith, did you have a question or a comment?
I did very quickly, and this is Tom, Jeff, Malia, whoever can answer this. What does that discussion or review of the Board of Trustees look like in terms of approval or authorization? And is it all internal, Tom, or are they seeking input or from you and the Forestry Department? What does that look like? Fill us in.
Yeah, I'll take that. So we have a couple opportunities with the Board of Trustees. There's a January meeting, more likely April or May for their meeting to get to a final approval on this as well. So, you know, with that, Keith, they're looking at the risk analysis for OSU of proceeding. It's somewhat based on other decisions as well with them as we brief them. It, you know, a couple big issues. We'll talk about the startup funds. That's, you know, that's really not something that our financial analysis team is looking at, but that's a crucial piece to make this work for OSU, is that the state gets the startup funds in place. As well as a little work we will do and bring to this committee later is kind of the terms, contract terms. You know, it's a bit of a interesting situation. You know, OSU and the board authority will enter into a contract for management of the forest. But that's after this decision and then in 2024 when that authority works. And so we may lay out some terms, which I think are mostly what you've seen before in our discussions of the legislation and preparation for doing the legislation, where we generalize several things as well. So that's really where their concerns are, Keith, and it will be open to, I mean, they'll be looking internal to OSU, but the board is a public entity and they'll be, you know, taking public comment.
Paul, you've got to have your finger on something close to the pulse of the Board of Trustees. So they have to, I'm sure that they have some high level of appraisal of what we're doing and what this looks like. And I would hate to think we'd get all the way into April of 2023, think we had this all knotted up after lots of effort, and then they raise a red flag that we've not anticipated. Tell me that's not going to happen.
Well, I don't get a vote on the board. We have kept the board informed all the way through the process. You know, you can go back to the last board meeting where we briefed them as well. They raised some concerns about you know, risk around this as too for OSU. But again, they are, I would say they're on board with moving this forward. They're supporting the efforts of the group. So I don't think there's any warning signs now. Like, I feel like we're moving in that direction with our Board of Trustees, but you know, there's still some answers to get to them as well. And we will most likely be briefing them and giving them an update here in October at their board meeting and proceeding through that to April.
Thank you, Paul.
Right.
When this came to a vote, there were some legislators that were very specific in their support. I know it's not written in the legislation, but their intent was that these things would happen and decoupling would come fast. It doesn't sound like that's necessarily going to be the case. If the trustees are not going to accept this until, you know, April, May of next year, and they're going to vote on decoupling this year.
I don't know if you're looking to OSU on that one. You know, our discussions have been that the land board's decision in December is not contingent on OSU accepting their exposure as well. And there's still, like I said, there's still some of the startup costs and other things that are not resolved yet. Put in place before OSU is ready to go.
Jeff, do you have anything on that? Just that, the direction the department's got right now is to do everything we can to set the land board up so that they have a choice to decouple in December before the governor's term is over. So we're teeing it up and the vote will happen. I don't know, I'm not going to be pre-decisional, but that's what we're preparing for.
So, since you have these, 6 criteria that have to be met in order for the legislation, for this to complete, what would happen in order to filter it?
So if these 6 are not completed by June 30th of 2023.
And let's assume the legislature doesn't have to extend the sunset.
And there's no extension for the coming session, then the legislation does not take effect.
So then it wouldn't matter. So all of those decisions would become null and void. Any that happen, would they become null? You see the question?
I think that's
Sorry,
the
I
question that they're getting at.
We'll talk about it.
If there's been a vote by the land board in action, that's not going to be null and void if the legislation doesn't go into effect.
But if you were the landlord, would your vote be contingent upon? I mean, wouldn't you
It
say
could
I'm
be,
going
or-
to decouple contingent upon all of the other criteria being met?
It could be, or it doesn't have to be.
So if possible, could you just talk a little bit about the C, land board approves a forest management plan for the authority and it's anticipated December. And it says if you could just define that, because of course we're delivering key drafts of sections, not the full management plan. Yet it's approving full management. The way it reads, it says approves management plan. Whereas, for example, for the HCP, it says currently on schedule for, I mean, it's quite clear what's coming. So I just, that can clarify.
So I'm gonna let Jeff talk about the plans for December as far as the FMP, but I mean, to your point of both of those being, documents that we worked on beyond December, in the legislation, the language is, and so to let you know, the stuff you see in bold on the screen there, that is copy and pasted out of the legislation. So what we put in the legislation for the HCP was that the record of decisions published. So as that's going into NEPA right now, I mean, that's on schedule, on track to happen right now. There's no date prior to that June 30th date for the HCP process in the legislation at all. It's just, as long as it happens by June, we're okay as far as HCP goes. And there's no date for the approval of the forest management plan other than June as well, but discussions have been with project team, since the passage of this, that we're moving toward taking the forest management plan to the land board in December. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
And I think
Draft section.
we're on a track that's consistent with the funding agreement. And it's a redo, in our mind, it's a redo of the December 2020, except not quite so chaotic at the end, where we come in and the advisory committee is able to say, we've seen enough of the forest management plan in these key sections to feel comfortable that it's on the right track. We're supporting it. Land board approve it contingent upon the following being done by July 1, 2023. And so that's that key section piece, and that's kind of how I would expect it to play out. And that worked really well in December. Generally, I think it was the key thing is for the folks sitting around this table and on the advisory committee to feel comfortable that they know what the FMP is going to be when it's all done, and they're supportive.
Anything else on the sunset provisions? Okay. Financial analysis.
Not a lot to report there. The financial analysis being conducted by Dan Newton, who's very qualified in doing operational work in forestry in Southwest Oregon in particular. There was a death in Dan's family that was delayed the report actually being written up. His baseline work is all done. He's had a lot of interaction with OSU, the modelers that OSU had, I think the staff, DSL staff, and I think some of the members of the advisory committee that were also working with DSL or with OSU staff earlier in the year on the financial piece. So he's had the conversations, he's done his baseline work, he's got a lot of modeling information. You guys have been great about getting what he needs. So he's got his preliminary conclusions, I think, formulated but not written up. So I don't have anything to share with you today. We're going to work through those findings with OSU in the next 2 to 3 weeks together and before we have a final report written up. He wants to go through it and see if anything can be reconciled because he missed something, which I think is exactly the right way to do it. And then also check in with advisory committee members that had been working on the financial plan with OSU in the first place, just on what the preliminary conclusions are. The advisory committee will get a report in early October, and then we want to get any reconciliation between the conclusions of that report and the existing financial plan, if there are any to be done. Get that reconciled so that we've got a single voice around the financial plan in time for the advisory committee meeting at the beginning of November. So that's kind of halfway in the process we're on, and I think it'll work. I don't think unless something that I'm not expecting comes to pass that we'll be ready for Director Walker to sit in front of the land board at the October land board meeting and have a report on the conclusions of the financial analysis. I think that's optimistic given what's happened the last 3 weeks.
Just, I mean, it's a small detail, but I think unless I'm misremembering that, Director Walker at some point will sit in front of the land board and update them about the results of the financial decision, but there's not a land board action required on the financial review. So that doesn't have to be at the October land board meeting for it to be completed in October.
Yeah, that decision sits with her.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any questions, comments on this topic? More coming.
Paul, you had a question about thinning in the CRW and on the plantations.
Yeah, I think your preliminary conversations with Pam.
Well,
How's the university, or are you thinking about it?
well, I think that the original estimates that were generated for the thinning in the CRW were optimistic at best, and so those will be revised downward in terms of how much, my guess is it'll be a break even type of activity that
Good guess.
is, I would look at, so.
And just having seen or talked through some of the preliminary, I think that's that's moving in the same direction. And was gonna thinking.
And it also overlaps a little bit with these caps that are put on in the HCP. So there's another layer in there about caps, harvesting caps. And so that is different for restoration harvesting versus non-restoration. So it's something that comes into play when you start to lay out what you do financially. If it's break even, but it's not, and it's in the harvest cap, and you don't have much room in the cap, where do you go first?
Does that make sense? There's a harvest cap being discussed, at least our plan.
Is it an acreage cap or a volume cap?
Acreage cap, acreage sold in a given year.
And so if you consume your acreage doing thinning, you just chewed into what you can do from a revenue standpoint from the
If they're all bundled together.
so it
So I don't
seems
know
like
if that's being included at all in the financial planning under the current. We're gonna be incorporating it in our next iteration, but I wasn't sure if it was being included in this.
I think we're going to, as part of the reconciliation, we're gonna have to do it. I think the best way to do that is together, as opposed to two separate competing approaches.
Thanks, and thanks for circling back to the thinning question. Okay, Jeff, you covered everything you needed to on the HCP front?
I did.
Okay. Startup costs.
Well, if you throw up that slide, I think Paul and I had 2 beats on startup.
Yep.
You want to go first?
No, go ahead.
The slide that's going up that we're sharing just has OSU, Paul's already mentioned this, OSU requested startup costs, and these are pending. They're put into 2 large categories. One are startup costs and the other are infrastructure or facilities costs, if you will. It's the slide back from that, I think. Yeah, there you go.
It's hard to be on the hot seat.
Yeah, it is, no pressure.
Just a million viewers out there.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan.
I'm going to start. Those infrastructure costs have been estimated, they're very rough estimate of $17 million. We're going through a identifying program needs now and attaching a cost to program needs for square footage. And so that is being done by Department of Administrative Services now based on information that both Colin and Paul have given us. And we did receive in the proposed federal budget for the next fiscal year, $4 million toward that line item, should we decide to utilize Shutter Creek for that. And we're waiting for GSA to give us a decision on our application around Shutter Creek at this point. Startup costs, the only thing I'll say is that those are divided between, you can see research and monitoring costs and then forest operations. Those, that total of 22.9 million is over a 3-year time period. Our DSL's understanding is that's a not to exceed conservative estimate of what the cost might be to operate the forest and conduct the research over the first 3 years, pending the beginnings of receipts from harvest right. And we are working now between land board assistants who are engaged, OSU and the department to kind of go through those startup costs and different sources we're making sure that we're covered on that 3-year budget.
Yeah, I'll just say, so this matches up closely to what we saw in the research proposal. We had 37 million, so there's some escalation in here probably. It's not bad escalation when you consider where the market has gone as well. I think that 17 million was based on OSU construction needs new. So we'll see how that flushes out with DAS as they look at Shutter Creek. And we're also hopeful that perhaps there's some partnerships up there, shared space in the hill that can help with that cost piece as well in the future. And also these costs here in the startup, of course, they're spread over years as well, right? So we're talking about a 3-year cost for operations. So that would branch across some fiscal years in those funds as well. As Jeff said, there's a lot of things, a lot of different pieces trying to come together to fund this as well. I know there's grants that DSL is working on. We feel pretty good about 3 million or so of grant that OSU is able to get that will take some of the experimentation equipment in there, right, as well. And another climate smart grant that I think was spoke about earlier that we're looking at that hopefully will help. With that though, at this point, we're talking about the gaps in this funding and how we close that with DSL, land board assistance, to see what other options we have. And from the OSU perspective, it's, we're 100% in to help the state and support the state's effort to get this funding in place to make the forest grow.
Thanks, Paul. The climate, I don't know that this group has had a chance to just the climate smart grant, and it's kind of an interesting thing. Do you want to say just very briefly what that grant is and their timeline?
Sure, Katie, do you want to speak to
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Sure. That Colin is a major member of this grant as well, and it was in call. It was I'm sorry. It was in call to a proposal, an RFP put out by the USDA for climate smart funding under the commodity credit bank, I think it is. And it's really identified as kind of a commodity production is a big part of it, using climate smart methodology. And so we proposed a marriage between what the Elliott is doing as well as some of the adjacent CT Plutzi lands to demonstrate and to become a test bed for climate smart forestry, such as extensive and intensive and the way it's all arrayed. And then link that as well to marketing of climate smart wood products through both groups at University of Oregon, who are really heavy into marketing, and also using Sustainable Northwest and their connections in the marketplace into the architectural realm. So that's kind of where that sits. It's $52 million that we've asked for. It would include all the startup funds, plus include a lot of incentive funds for the harvesting on the forest, because we know it's going to be more expensive than had we done things the status quo or business as usual. So that's the primary. It includes all the instrumentation. It includes. Don't think it includes structure.
It doesn't. Yeah, clarify. It doesn't include any
because of the source of the funding. You can't include anything like that. So no construction, but a lot of incentives for harvest operators. A lot of incentives for just moving forward on the test bed for climate smart forestry for the nation as a whole.
And the hope would be that, or the expectation is, results will be known relatively soon.
Yes. Hopefully this month.
Yeah. Did you have something else?
I'll keep checking my email.
We're all wanting you to.
I don't know where the email would come from. That's the only problem.
It'll be in spam. $50 million in the junk. Sorry.
All right, next topic, upcoming engagement. Ally, and I think you're taking the lead. Shannon, you're bed and cleanup.
I am, and Molly is going to put up a slide right now.
While you're putting it up, we also have a proposal headed into the NSF in October to fund some work. We have ongoing proposal that Shannon was just talking about from the National Institute of Forest and Agriculture, NIFA, the Foundation of Agriculture, NIFA anyways, that is underway. Food and Agriculture. That's underway and has already been received another 600,000. So as far as the train goes of grants and thinking about research, it's there, and we think we have a really good foundation coming out of the research proposal to move forward in lots of directions.
Great.
All right. Thank you all for letting me have a little bit of time on today's agenda to talk about some upcoming public engagement opportunities. The focus through the end of the year really is on opportunities related to forest management planning, as Shannon walked you through earlier. We are also going to continue holding regular public information sessions to provide updates on all the Elliott work streams. The first of those is coming up next week. It's Tuesday, September 13th from 4 to 6 p.m. via Zoom. That session is going to include updates on topics that you all heard about today, as well as plenty of times for questions and conversation. We time those sessions to occur approximately when the advisory committee meetings do, as a way for more folks to get broadly involved in and learn about what's happening with the Elliott. As Jeff also noted, we're anticipating the federal public review and comment process for the HCP to start approximately November 18th. And we'll be coordinating with the services to help promote that opportunity. Throughout the fall and winter, we're also going to continue to put out updates by email and also post information to the DSL website. And as Jeff mentioned, we will put the appraisal information up later today on the website, and there'll be an update out this week about that as well. Shannon, do you have anything that you want to add on forest management planning engagement?
No, I think you covered it. Just to reiterate from that earlier timeline slide and the dates you see up here, these are opportunities for more time for public input on the drafts, and we will be sharing that information ahead of time as it comes up to the advisory committee, Fmp working group, and the general public. We'll work on making sure that the versions are clear, and we just ask that if people want to give input that they're referencing the version and the page number, so we all make sure that we're talking about the same thing. But those will all be posted, and the current version number will be made clear.
Two-way street on clarity. Good. Jeff.
The public session next Tuesday is just part of the routine that we do to have a public Q&A opportunity after every advisory committee meeting. There's no presentations planned. It's simply, you've got a question on anything that was on this agenda, we'll try and talk it through with you, and we'll stay for the time that's allotted there. And then I have to apologize. I used the word intended use methodology when I was talking about the appraisal. It's investment value methodology, and that was my mistake. So when you read the appraisal documents, you'll see investment value, just plug that into.
Noted for the record.
And we'll fix it in the we'll make sure everybody has an accurate understanding of what the appraisal says when we do the update.
All of our mistakes too.
All right. Are any questions for me or for Shannon? Okay. Thank you all so much for continuing to provide information to your communities and support our wider public engagement. We appreciate it.
Last topic for the day before we go to public comment, and right now I think we have Francis Etherington for public comment. And if any other members of the public are interested in making comments, now's the last call, kind of make sure you let Jen or I know. And Shutter Creek. Jeff, are you going to start with Shutter Creek?
Shutter Creek, not anything to report. We're waiting to hear from the General Services Administration on the application. We expect it any time now.
And just for everybody else, the application was to?
The application was to have Shutter Creek be available to the state to use as headquarters for the Elliott and other partners without having to purchase.
Do we know if there's any competition for that?
There is no other competition other than the whole playbook of rules that the GSA uses to decide if you're eligible.
The biggest competition of all, the GSA is right to just say, no, we don't.
No. Shannon, do you want to talk just a little bit? I mean, it was spoken of earlier in the context of the presentation, but all the field work that was happening, but you want to talk about how Shutter Creek was used this summer?
Sure, yes. So this summer, OSU was able to work with the state. We were looking for accommodations for the field crew close by to the Elliott, and we were really excited to be able to work with Shutter Creek as that site. So that's where our field crew was based out in the summer. They were able to use one of the buildings and set up camp, and we also have had
visiting researchers who were going down overnight to do some of the other monitoring and pilot studies that I was mentioning earlier, be able to stay over. So that was a great opportunity to kind of test it out as a possible base of operations for the Elliott, and it was a great experience for all of the undergrad and grad students and researchers who got to stay there this summer.
Great, good to see it used. All right, anything else on Cheddar Creek? Any closing comments before we go on sort of this stuff? We'll do one final go around our opportunity before we wrap, but anything else before we go to public comment? All right, Francis, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes, we can.
great. Say, I have a question, perhaps a comment on the, I think it's chapter 8 of the draft forest management plan, the species conservation draft of August 8th, August 26th. I assume there's not a more recent draft than that. It was hard for us Zoom folks to hear the table conversation, so excuse me if you've already talked about this. The species conservation chapter goes into great detail on the species covered in the habitat conservation plan. You know, you just repeat all the stuff in the habitat conservation plan. Great. But you don't ever have a section that talks about species protected under the Federal Endangered Species Act that are not in the HCP. And so we've been, wanting to hear this for a while. We keep being told it's going to be in the forest management plan, but on this draft, it's not there. You go straight from the 3 species covered in the HCP to the Oregon Conservation Strategy species, and nothing about what species are listed as threatened or endangered, but not in the HCP. I would at least appreciate a list of what species those are that did not get included in the habitat conservation plan that you will be doing a no-take protocol on. And there's no list anywhere. It'd be nice if the HCP had just given us a list of what they aren't covering, or at least the forest management plan give a list of those species and how they will be protected. So that's one comment I have.
Let me just pause there, Francis, and say thanks for the comment. This was touched on earlier, albeit briefly, and maybe missed it. So notwithstanding the fact that in general, we may not be able to answer every question folks have in the moment, we'll just I'm gonna give Shannon just 30 seconds here to quickly respond, since it was talked about earlier.
Sure. So in that chapter, there is a section on species of interest and sensitive species, including coastal martin, as well as several others. And what the current draft lays out is the plan to understand whether species are present on the Elliott, be able to study the habitats that they're using, and sort of, life history research, just being able to understand more of the details of whether they're present, moving through the area, permanent residents, how they're using the habitat that's being created as part of the research forest. And there's also a provision for if a species is listed, how that happens under the HCP that would then impact specific protections for a species.
Thank you. Well, the coastal martin was protected under the Endangered Species Act years ago, yet the forest management plan claims it's just proposed for protection. And I was a little shocked. Do I understand right that you don't realize the coastal martin is listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act? Because it currently, this August 26th draft just says it's proposed for listing. So what am I missing there? And what I really wanted was a list of species like the coastal martin, clouded salamander, and any other species that could be present on the Elliott that is listed.
And Francis, I see the team taking notes on your recommendation and duly noted there on the request for a list. Did you have another comment you wanted to make?
Well, just the question of, is this draft correct that the coastal martin is not protected under the Endangered Species Act currently? Or did you make a mistake there?
We will go back and look at that language and make sure it's corrected if it needs to be. Thanks for pointing that out.
Thanks. You know, I have a bunch of other comments, but maybe it'd be better if I just wait for the September 13th meeting for those. Is that more appropriate time?
What I would say, Francis, both are appropriate for public comment, but you may find that you have more opportunity for meaningful dialogue with the team at that. That's very intended to be a bit more of an open discussion forum. And hopefully you'd be on camera and be able to interface with folks.
Okay, well, I'll do one more quick.
Yeah, there you go.
On the Conservation Research Management Plan, it wants to provide opportunities for community members to be involved in designing restoration treatments. I found that to be pretty interesting for lay people or for people who have been trained not in an overall restoration to be involved in that. That's kind of a unique, and it concerns me a bit that community members that have no training in restoration will be involved in designing the restoration treatments. I believe that was on page 2 of the Conservation Research Management Plan.
Thanks, Francis.
And just one other quick comment on the Conservation Research Management. There is a lot of talk about burning multiple times. And I looked up what the adjacent Coos Bay BLM watershed analysis said about the fire return interval for that area, and they've determined it was 240 years. So I assume you're going to, when you talk about, I understand burning for logging residuals and stuff like that for sure, but when you do like regular broadcast burning, I assume that you're going to include this 240-year fire return interval into the assessment of what you're doing. I did not see that in the forest management plan, that figure of a fire return interval for the area.
Thanks, Francis. Appreciate the comment and the suggestion. I don't think, since it's not something folks came prepared to respond, I'm not going to put them on the spot to give live and in-person responses to every question, but I do see folks taking note of your suggestions.
Okay, well, I think I'm done. Thanks for listening to me.
Of course. Thanks for joining us. Anything else before we wrap up? All right.
You guys have put in a lot of time and effort. Thank you for that. This was a good meeting.
Yes. Thanks to all of you on the OSU team for all the diligent work and trying to pull stuff together and continuing that effort as we race towards December. And thanks to all the advisory committee members that are here and those of you that joined virtually. And I know there are a number of folks that have been working on technical teams and work groups and reviewing documents and will continue to do so. Your time is really appreciated. Your efforts are appreciated. And yeah, onward. Have a great rest of your day. Meeting adjourned.